Stone Age. So, you made an extraordinary game, but nobody found it. Fixing this means rebuilding discovery from the foundation and up. We're already collecting and structuring all data and descriptions of your games. You can make them even better and richer, and then own it all. Our private AI agents use this refined data to help players find games they love across the industry. From AAA Top 10 to indie heroes to Surprise Me. We give control back to creators and bring adventure back for fans. We are Source of Truth. We are live.
Good morning and welcome to day 3 of Nordic Game 2026. I'm very, very happy to have you with me. How many of you are awake this morning? Raise your hands. Okay, some of you are awake, some of you are not yet there, but it's fine, you can have 5 extra minutes. I wish I had 5 more minutes, but I was just so excited to be here today that I got here 20 minutes early, so I hope I can last until tonight's Nordic Game Awards. Now, we've had 2 days of sessions, there were corridor conversations, there were late evenings, I can see some of y'all, and hopefully also early morning coffees. And it's also just been such a wonderful time for me to be on the stage here with you. I'm so thankful because you might not have known this, but being here for the first time as your host has been a big dream come true for me. So thank you. Thank you. And I hope that I've entertained you and haven't bored you and brought some fun energy in between all the chats that we've been having, hopefully. But you can rate me maybe later. I'll give you my LinkedIn on screen. But yes, today we have a full one. There's franchises. We'll be talking about Battlefield, voice acting, storytelling, game design, communities, and tonight we'll also have the Nordic Game Awards. So, one last time together. I say player, you say? Ready. One more time. I say player, you say? Ready. Nice. Now, I think we still have more time, and I don't want to wrap up this day yet because it's one of my dreams come true. So last night, Steve Curran rapped like the 100 things killing the games industry. I want you guys to very quickly shout out what things in the games industry you would like to keep alive. No wrong answers. Go. Nothing? Nordic Game. Nice, but he's biased. Anyone else? Come on, the people? Conferences. There we go. People? I'm going to go back off stage and we'll start this whole day over because I have like 3 more minutes to go. But I won't do that. Hopefully in the next session you'll be more awake. And if you don't, get a coffee outside, wake up and come back with more energy. All right. Cool. We'll open day 3 with a big question. In a market that's often flooded with content, and we want to ask what actually makes a game valuable. Not popular, but valuable. And that's exactly what our next chat is all about. It's an intimate one, as you can see, just 2 people, so feel free to engage in the Q&A after. But Eugene Evans is the CEO of Power of E, and Christian Funnersbach is the founder and head of IP at Leverage. They are here to debate where long-term value in games comes from. Is it company strategy? Is it product strategy? Or is it something harder to name than either of these? Before I welcome them, I just want to make sure you are properly awake. So player? Ready. Player? Ready. One more time. Player? Ready. On that note, please welcome Eugene and Christian.
Hello. Hello, Malmö. So we're here to talk about a market that's flooded with content and where the value is. And of course, we're going to be talking about it from an IP perspective. So when we talk IPs, we're talking about your world building, we're talking about characters, we're talking about the brand. But before we get into it, perhaps you'd like to introduce yourself, Eugene?
Yeah, I'll go first. So good morning, everybody. It's great to be here. I've not been to Malmö or Nordic Game before, and it's been wonderful to meet everybody. I've been in the games business for more years than I usually care to admit to. I've been very fortunate to work for many startups, some of which have succeeded, some of which have failed. And in some cases, those startups led to roles at big media companies. So I've also worked for big companies like Viacom, Electronic Arts, and most recently, Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast. I've also, in my time, spent long periods of time consulting and advising with new startups and helping them on their journey. And that's what I'm doing currently, including Infinity Fiction, who spoke yesterday at the conference. And I think in many ways, it's the part of the business that I enjoy the most. I know it's challenging, but when it's where a lot of exciting and innovative things are always happening. So, your turn. You introduce yourself now.
Well, that's a tough act to follow. I'm head of IP at Leverage, so we're a consultancy that helps studios and publishers to build IPs, to think in terms of standing out, to think in terms of building that long-term value from the beginning. So we've been doing that for about 7 years. Before that, I was head of IP development at Nordic Games. And before that, I made 35 smaller games in my own company. So to get us started, I mean, you've pretty much gone from bedroom coding to billion-dollar IP franchises. Where do you see the value these days?
Well, I think that it always comes back to the product, but the product can be informed by IP. You know, I've been fortunate enough, having worked at Viacom and EA and Hasbro, to have worked with some amazing IP. And I think at a time when it's very challenging for product to break out, IP helps do that. Whether it's a multi-billion-dollar franchise like Monopoly resulting in Monopoly Go. You know, Scopely did an amazing job of reimagining that 100-year-old board game into a mobile game. And it resonated with fans because when you first run that game and hit that big go button and the dice rolls and you move that piece around the board, people immediately understand what it is. They immediately know what it is. They immediately, it resonates with them. And, you know, I left Hasbro about a year ago, but I still believe they have one of the best portfolios of IP in gaming because it starts with games. Right. That's not always easy. It's not always easy to take an IP and translate it to a game. But, you know, I think that, you know, you and your team have done an exceptional job of helping people with that journey. So maybe you can speak for a moment about how you help people translate IP to produce great product.
Well, it's interesting because when you talk about adapting the Monopoly IP, what I hear is an emotional journey that they've identified in the board game, and then they've managed to scale that into a mobile game and into a brand and so on. I think when we work with studios, a lot of our work is often, it's the first time we're making a new game. We're trying to create something that can become a new IP. And it's kind of the same thing. The big question is, what is the emotional journey that your game is offering here? And is it distinct from what your competitors are doing? Because you're not going to stand out in the market because you've marginally improved the crafting system. You need to offer a new emotional journey. And then the advice we often get involved in is how do the characters and the world building reflect that emotional journey that your gameplay is embodying? And of course, 10 or 20 years later, it becomes, hopefully, something that Hasbro can translate into a global brand.
I think the challenge, though, for especially startups, I mean, let's read the room for a moment. So if you're a startup developer who's creating a product with an original IP, raise your hand. Okay, I think that's the majority.
It's at least half.
Okay.
Sure.
So how many of you are creating games that use somebody else's IP that you're borrowing, borrow it, or stealing? We won't tell anybody you're stealing it. Anybody? Okay. So I think that it was very challenging in the last 5 years. We all know the challenges facing the industry right now. And I met over the last 4 or 5 years many developers that were trying to create new product and trying to create new IP. And I've always had what I broadly call my rule of 5, which is when, I've spent most of my career meeting developers who are pitching new product. When I was at Viacom, it was the first time I said that my business card should actually read Director of Product Refusal, because 90% of my time I was saying no. Yeah. When I was first doing that, I realized that when you're meeting a developer, you have to look at this rule of 5. Is this a new team with a new technology on a new platform with a new IP and perhaps even a new game design model? And there's a couple of variations, whether it's a new, back then it was principally premium. Now we have to think about, is it a new business model? And my point of view was, you can only pick 2. What are you going to do? Where are you going to take your risk? And I think the challenge in the last 5 years was I was meeting developers who I thought were doing all 5 at once. And that's really hard. So, one of the places that I see people increasingly try to mitigate that risk is by picking up IP. And I think that's what's, the industry always goes through waves. And there is always an appreciation for new IP. And I love IP and I love seeing developers create new IP. But at a time when you're trying to mitigate your risk, it's more important than ever to perhaps lean into something that will help you with your go-to-market and marketing if it's something people already know.
I've actually been there. I did the 5 mistake.
We all have.
I spent years making a game.
How do you think I came up with that?
Too many innovations, and what we realized when we launched was we had made an art game.
Yeah.
It was attracting prizes. It was attracting the art house crowd. The people we knew loved it. People who were like us. But people who are like us is less than 2% of the market. That's the art house crowd. Those are the experts. So yes, if you innovate too much, there is a risk of that. And I think a lot of the IP work we're doing when we're looking at the world building, the characters, the emotional journey, a lot of that is you want to attract people who like this sort of thing. You want to attract people who like zombies or pirates or survival crafting or whatever. But you also have to stand out. It also has to be ownable. And the bottom line of the law is if somebody's done it before, you don't own it. So, you cannot build an ownable IP around generic World War II soldiers or pirates that look like they came straight out of Pirates of the Caribbean or whatever. You need to actually prioritize the IP, prioritize developing an original world, an original set of characters, and so on. And I think that's a huge part of it when you're coming up. And that's also this rule of 5, right? If it's all original, it's basically weird. Right.
I mean, there are lots of tropes that are common, right? And I think we've talked about as we prepared for this, how is there truly something that's completely original?
Right. But you need to stand out.
You need to stand out, but good storytelling tugs at certain strings emotionally that are based upon things that we grew up with, whether it's, the story of the Little Mermaid there on the other waterfront. These are common tropes that were drawn upon for many hundreds of years. And when people try to be too original, people don't know how to connect with it.
I completely agree. I mean, the basic line is that the human body hasn't really changed in 60,000 years. So these basic patterns of going into puberty, finding a mate, your father shutting you in a cupboard, all the normal things, we recognize.
Do we need a couch, Christian?
Oh, sorry. That's not normal? Okay. Well, maybe that's the part that stands out then.
All right. This isn't a therapy session.
So we're in a changing market. It feels sometimes like everything's changing. I'd love to ask you, what are the sort of trends you're seeing? What's important right now in game making?
I think this is the best time to be making games. I've been saying that for the last 5 or 10 years to people as I've spoken, because when I started, you could do everything yourself because you had to do everything yourself. You had no choice. So it was the kind of the bedroom coder, as they say, the person who's doing the art. Why could you do the art? Because there were so few pixels, it really didn't matter, and you did your very best. But then as games got more complicated, as devices got more sophisticated, as player expectations rose, team sizes grew, and it became harder and harder to produce product. But now we all carry around in our pocket a potential games machine, a games machine. Mobile started emerging with the mobile gaming. I was doing mobile gaming before the iPhone released. It was really hard. Now, the tools exist for an individual to go on and to build amazing things. And we see that equally has produced a lot of product in the market. So now being discovered becomes the biggest challenge. And that takes us back around to IP, and choosing the theme and the story and the tropes that and the itch you're going to try to scratch with your product. It becomes more important. You can choose to do your art project. And I think it's amazing now that we're actually in a game industry where there is room for art projects, where the cost of development, if you have a passion for a game, an individual can build it themselves. Equally, if you're trying to build a team and have a commercial success and have a company and make a career out of it, then you have to understand your players and what they want and how, as you correctly pointed it out, can you stand out in that audience?
But is that changing now? We're seeing AI, we're seeing Roblox, we're seeing all kinds of weird things changing the gaming landscape. Are you seeing dangers or opportunities?
Okay, so I think it's opportunities. I think for too long we have defined the games business almost too narrowly. I've had this discussion with some of the big research companies where I've said very frankly to some of them, I think you're doing a disservice to us as a business. Because when you look at some of the numbers that are talked about, they don't include Roblox. They don't include Wordle and the New York Times. They don't include, in some cases, even in-game advertising. So I think that there are opportunities that are perhaps at the edge of or beyond PC and console core gaming and mobile gaming. And then, I'm working with a team in San Francisco right now who are doing HTML5 games. They're doing web games, And I joke that HTML5 is the future of gaming and has been every 5 to 10 years for as long as I remember. But there are many things that are contriving right now. Cross-platform play, being able to play anywhere you want across devices, the level of power that's in a mobile phone today that is allowing, and an audience that is perhaps looking for a more casual game experience, a more accessible game experience they can dip into and play anytime. And, that team is called Magic Circle, and their game is Magic Garden. You can check it out at magicgarden.gg. And, it's been amazing to see what they can do as a small team. supplemented partly by AI. They've chosen not to use AI to create assets, but the level of amplification of the skills of the 3 coders on the team, because of AI, makes them feel more like a team of 12. And so that gives them a chance to find success. And we're already talking about, even within that game, which has no real narrative. It's a gardening game. It has the narrative of gardening, which means it's instantly accessible, and people go, oh, I know what to do here. I plant seeds, I grow things, I do interesting things. But what they quickly discover is that, as a player, is that it's actually a palette for creating a world and expressing yourself through building this garden.
So you're seeing AI as something that's empowering for game makers?
I think that, so my view is that while it's interesting and obviously is impacting a lot of people, that AI can create efficiency, I think that's the least interesting thing about it. You know, I think that any new technology in gaming is at its best and at its most interesting when we figure out how to use it to do something new, okay? Every technology that I've found interesting, I'm looking for, where's the game that exists that couldn't exist before that technology existed? You know, a couple of simple examples that the phone brought along. And in early mobile games, we were trying to figure out how to make the phone act like a D-pad, you know, act like a Nintendo DS at the time. And then along comes Fruit Ninja and Angry Birds, and they figured out, oh wait, we can swipe. You know, and in the case of Angry Birds, they took a very well understood model of, I throw things, I knock it down. You know, it goes all the way back to the old game of Worms.
You're saying we need to do that with AI?
And I think we need to do that with AI. You know, I'm helping and advising Infinity Fiction, who spoke yesterday. What I loved about what they were doing and creating this AI-driven experience was, when I met the founders, the first thing they said was, we want to put human creativity at the center, you know? So the AI doesn't create the world. A writer writes a world book, essentially. They create a description of the people, places, and things, how they react, what their motivations are, what the world it will do to anybody that enters it. And then what the AI does, like a good dungeon master who you hand a campaign book to, they read it, and then they sit back and go, okay, you're in a tavern. What do you want to do?
Yeah.
And then you can do whatever you want, but the AI refers only to that world and keeps it within that context. To say, okay, well, you did this, so here's how they respond.
I think that's incredibly exciting. And I totally agree. I mean, the idea that AI can create new kinds of games, that's super exciting. I always loved the Douglas Adams quote. He's the writer of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where he says, anything that's made before you were born is normal. Anything that's made between you're 0 and 30 years old is exciting, and by any luck you can have a career with it. Anything that's created after you're 30 is the beginning of the end of civilization as we know it. I'm hoping that that will be the case with AI. It feels tough and challenging, and I'm sure there's a whole wave of AI slop coming our way. But partly I think that, you know, it will reveal new ways of making games. But partly also, that wave of AI slop, as I see it, means the IP becomes important again. If you're going to stand out, then you have to realize, of course, that the AI is often, if it's used badly, then it becomes an average machine. And suddenly, so that means we're going to get a lot of average products. And if you want to stand out as an indie game developer, or even as a mainstream game developer, you again need to concentrate on having that originality, even as you make something recognizable.
Yeah, you're right. AI only averages, and that just means that truly original work will stand out. You know, when I talk to artists about AI, I remind them of the impact that photography had on art when it was invented. You know, before photography, a lot of art that was commissioned, and therefore that's how artists were making their money, was through portraits and landscapes and still lifes, and they were being commissioned. And I'm sure at the time it felt like photography was going to replace that. Well, why do I need to hire you to create a portrait of me? We can just get a picture taken. But at that point, art exploded because you had abstract art, expressionism, that emerged out of that as a reaction to the realism that photography created. And at that point, art exploded because people realized not only could it go beyond those expressions, but it had to go beyond those expressions. And I'm encouraged by that. AI is a tool. We're going through a very painful period where I understand it makes it very challenging for many people, but I think that if we embrace the idea, how do we use this to actually create experience for people that they haven't had before? That's what will be key.
What I would love to see is, I would love to see that. I would love to see a new kind of games coming out. I love the old kind, but new is always nice. But I do think there's one big challenge that we've really struggled with in my experience, which is you mentioned having a writer at the center. And I do think we as an industry actually struggle with writing. I often get the challenge that, I'm brought in at the end of a development cycle, and the world has slowly become generic. Because, thousands of creative decisions under pressure made over many years, and we ended up with Lord of the Rings again. Or we ended up with Pirates of the Caribbean again, and so on and so on. And one of the challenges with that is that we're actually struggling to bring the writers in early, and we're struggling to manage them. So I've several times heard the complaint that, we brought in a writer, but he or she wrote something that was completely unusable. And to me, that's actually a management challenge, because it means the writer has not been briefed or given feedback or so on along the way. So if we're looking at a place where we need to stand out through emotional originality, and the AI will then reference that, I think one of the challenges we have is understanding writers and being able to manage them and being able to integrate them into the process.
All media have a language that has evolved over time to inform that creative process. And I think in many ways, game development has the least mature. We are the youngest of all of the media, if you think across theater, music, television, books. Games are, 50 years old, arguably, 70s, really? And we, I think, have struggled to create the language around that creative process. If you look at all of those media, they all have a very well-honed, whether you like it or not, they have a very well-honed process to get to success. Music has A&R people. Books have editors. Hollywood has development talent who take ideas and bring them through a process that eventually brings them to market. Games has the least evolved version of that, in my opinion. We have large companies that commit to big projects, bet big on finding success. We have a building here full of independent developers and probably over 100 delightful product of different degrees of team size and budget. And somewhere in there is probably a hidden gem. Hopefully there are many. And we don't necessarily have a process to identify and find those products, nurture them, take them through that process. And I think what you're facing is a similar challenge of, we're still inventing what these products can do. The Infinity Fiction team, in order to demonstrate this system that they had built, they had to build a game, right? It doesn't matter how smart the AI is, it doesn't matter how smart the tech is, unless it's expressed in a game that people enjoy. And even though the expectation is that they will bring in IP that will be expressed in this way, or they'll let writers create original works in this space, they had to build their own, not only to prove out that game. And you can go check it out yourself. Go to infinityfiction.ai, play the game. But they had to start somewhere.
Yeah.
And they had to teach their writers, okay, we need you to write a world book. And the closest example we have is in the world of D&D and RPGs, where the writers understand they are there just to create a framework and a context. But what we've learned over the years is, and I say this we as an industry, is that there are many conversations about, whether there's another trope that comes up every 10 years. And I've been a part of this myself, so I've been an offender as well. This whole notion of interactive video, interactive fiction, branching stories. And it never truly delivers. Because audiences want to be told a great story. And they don't necessarily want 10 outcomes. They want one really great outcome.
They want to feel freedom, but they want a great story.
So great, I was at a company that delivered one of the first interactive video products. I mean, streaming FMV video. And for a while there, it was, oh my gosh, this is the future. It doesn't empower people enough to explore and play a world that they want. A game like Baldur's Gate 3 is actually the greatest expression of freedom and a sense of being able to do anything and be surprised by what the writers anticipated you might do. And in a way, the Tidefall game from Infinity Fiction, we underestimated how much time people would spend playing, because it's an open world expression that's enabled by that AI. And what was important was for the writers to create a world that was just enough of a framework and then allow people to do what they wanted within that space.
Right. I think my version of that, this challenge you have with showing something early, is that a lot of teams I find are very good at prototyping the gameplay, and they're very good at prototyping the technology, but they're not necessarily great at prototyping the emotional experience they're trying to create, or the characters, or even the world. There's somehow an expectation that these things will emerge magically before we launch, or it will be part of an intuitive artistic process. And the problem is that often that ends up with Tolkien again, or Pirates of the Caribbean again, because of the pressures of production. So one of the things we often get involved in and teach even is to create a clear IP and brand vision as early as possible. So simply, what is the emotional experience we're trying to create? Who is our tentpole character? Is it the villain? Is it the hero? Is it somebody who's not even in the game? And by prototyping that actually puts you in a place where you can prototype the brand. So what's your Steam page going to look like? What's your key visual going to look like? And as soon as you can do that, you can start comparing to your competitors. So what are they promising? What are we promising? And if you're doing it early enough, you can still manage to change the game so it's actually in the game. It's not just on the Steam page, which is a bad place to be.
I like your use of the word promise there, right? Like, what is the product promise?
Right.
What is the narrative promise? What itch are you trying to scratch for somebody? And if you lose sight of that, then the product doesn't deliver in the end, usually.
Yeah. And the challenge is, of course, if you're realizing that 3 months before launch, because you only just mocked up your Steam page, it's too late to put it into the game. I'd like to actually, you mentioned a lot of other media just a moment ago.
Yeah.
What about transmedia? We're hearing a lot. I'm personally working with Story Kitchen in Hollywood. They produce the Sonic movies. They're producing the Split Fiction movie now.
Do you like that label, transmedia?
I hate it.
Okay.
How do you know? How can you guess? But I'm wondering, transmedia, cross-media, what are your... where's it all going?
So transmedia, which is an awful label, again, it pops up every 10 years, you know.
Right.
In 2001, like at the peak of all the dot-com crazy, EA put out a product called Majestic. And I think that it wasn't transmedia, but they were calling it was when we were talking about multimedia. And just again, I think sometimes we struggle with labels and vocabulary around this business. And it was this idea of a game that you would not only play on your PC, but it would call you. It would send you faxes. It would try to blur the line between the gameplay world and your life, which turned out to be actually a really horrifying and bad idea. Sadly, in the world we live in right now, receiving threatening faxes was not a great idea.
Right.
But it was a very brave attempt. But
it felt like it came a little bit out of the whole Blair Witch idea, where part of the fiction was online, part of it was in a movie. The backstory was like a role-playing game.
Yeah, I mean there were a number of different attempts, and I think that we were starting to see devices, and video was a big factor in this. Oh, look, it looks like TV. We should make it do these sort of things. And I think there is a fandom, and there are fans who want to immerse themselves in the world. We talk a lot today about not only do I want to play the game, I want to read the book, and a true IP that works, I think, transcends any one expression of it, and people become such fans that even when they're not playing, they're thinking about it, and they want to read about it, and almost more importantly now, they want to talk to other fans about it. So that's actually, in many ways, my definition of whatever you call it, of transmedia, is other expressions of an IP, but they have to remain true to that promise that you mentioned.
Absolutely.
So, we've seen great examples of that, like the movie, or the series Last of Us. And why is it working now, or why does it feel like it's working now? And I think one of the reasons is that the people who are now in creative decision-making positions, whether they are writers, showrunners, producers, directors, they are of a generation that grew up playing games.
Right.
The people who tried to make the really bad D&D movie 30 years ago, whatever it was.
Super Mario Brothers.
The Super Mario Brothers movie of 30 years ago. Do you think that they grew up playing video games? No, because they didn't exist.
I call that syndrome the real professionals have arrived.
Yeah.
Which is when Hollywood comes in and says, we'll take your game world and make it better, which is a really bad idea.
But now you have people, look at Stranger Things. Stranger Things did amazing things to elevate the expression and awareness of D&D. And that was a love letter to not only that period, and their childhood growing up. So you have writers and producers who think of gaming as just another media and an expression of storytelling, so they have a respect for gaming,
But I actually think there's something else going on as well, which is that for 50 years we got away with triangles and tanks, right? It was so novel and interesting to navigate these game spaces, whether they were 2D or 3D, and just interact. This was new. This was enough. Today we've got 20,000 games a year dropping on Steam, and most of the old games are still there. So I really coming back to, if you're going to stand out there, you need the emotional content. And I think around The Witcher 3, around The Last of Us, this is when the emotional storytelling in the games got a lot better. And actually, that also coincides with the decision makers understanding games, but it also means that suddenly these IPs are valuable beyond the game. Because if you have an iconic, ownable, beloved character, that travels. But I think it's important, a question I often get is should we prepare a transmedia strategy when we're pitching for financing? And my answer is, God, no. I think most publishers will run away if you're trying to pitch them a 10-year transmedia plan. You should be concentrating on making one great game. That's what it's about. Seconds. But it needs to be able to grow beyond the first game. It needs to have that character that can continue into the next game, and, well, maybe you'll get a sidecar of a movie, but what you really want is just the IP core that's ownable, protectable, beloved, that can continue into the next game. I think that's the main thing.
I have a funny story. I was at Viacom in the mid-90s, and they had just bought a publisher that I was with, and as many big companies do, they brought in consultants. No disrespect, you and I both fill that role, right? But they brought in, I don't want to name names, but it was a big name consulting company that tends to get hired by big corporations. And they gave a whole presentation on the size of the market and how to find success and so on. And I asked one of them the question during the discussion. There were 20 or 30 of us in a room, and I said, well, how do you build a franchise? And with a straight face, the guy leaned in and he goes, well, you start with a hit. It's like, brilliant. Genius.
That's deep.
Yeah, it's very deep.
But the thing is, it has to be a hit with an ownable IP.
Agreed.
If you have a hit with triangles, that's really difficult to make a franchise out of.
If you have a franchise with squares and pentominoes falling down a screen.
Well, I have an exception for that. If you've invented an entirely new game category, then you can get away with murder. But let's face it, we probably haven't.
And then you end up with a Hollywood movie that attempts to tell the origin story of this game.
That's impressive, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think, you think Counter-Strike, you think Minecraft, you think Tetris. Okay, you've invented an entirely new gameplay category. That means you can live for a long time on novelty alone. But if you're coming into an existing gameplay category, then you need to stand out with a different set of emotions and promises.
Look at the ones you just named, though. You included in that, I think at least Minecraft. And now we have games that are metagames themselves, right? So we've seen the emergence of Minecraft and Roblox and these UGC platforms and what Fortnite is trying to do, where the world is simply a sandbox. I was involved in the launch and very fortunate to work with some amazing teams on several MMOs. I was at Mythic in 2001 when we launched Dark Age of Camelot. MMOs were that first kind of sandbox expression. When people started to talk about metaverses, I was like, wait a minute, we did this. The OG of this was MMOs, where your job quickly became creating context, and a place for people to play. Ironically, looking back now, there was a lot of talk around that time, during that crazy .com period, about online communities where you'd be able to walk around and meet people in a town square and talk. And it was basically the metaverse that we talked about for the last couple of years.
Right.
And it failed 30 years ago, and it failed 2 years ago. Because people, while we do like to meet other people, we generally either like to meet just our small circle of friends who we've come to know and love and know what we have in common and the reason we're getting together, whether it's to talk, whether it's to watch sports, whether it's to play a game. But what MMOs did, and what I think multiplayer gaming and what UGC gaming does even today, is allow people to express themselves and create things of their own. Whether it was your house that you decorated in Ultima Online, or whether it's the game that you build that you then share with friends in Roblox today, or Minecraft, but what those games were doing was still delivering a framework of a narrative.
Yeah.
It was still creating a backstory, whether it was the three realms fighting each other and always in conflict in Dark Age of Camelot, or creating events.
And that's the first rule of drama. You have to have somebody who wants something, and you have to have some things trying to stop them from getting it.
Yep.
Then you have a story. So we're running out of time. Do you have any last words before we go to Q&A?
No, I mean, I remain very, very positive about this business, even in these bleak times. And it's for things that all the reasons we've talked about. Making games is arguably easier than ever. It may feel hard when you're still at 2 o'clock in the morning trying to figure out that bug or that mechanic or that writer's block moment. But the tools now exist for you to get to that point. And digital distribution and access to distribution is easier than ever. It is hard to stand out, but if you create a great game, you will find an audience. And I feel good about that. I feel good about I'm searching for others beyond the ones I've found who know how to create great AI experiences.
I think we're going into exciting times too.
Yes.
Just one last thing, which is that if you are trying to stand out, I have 3 general questions you need to answer. Number 1 is, does it stand out? Is it different enough? Number 2 is, will it engage emotionally? Is anybody going to care? And number 3 is, will there be anything to own? You can't own a triangle, and orcs are really difficult to own as well.
Yeah.
And on that note, I'd like to open the floor to you guys for questions as well. I see a hand going up there already. Please keep your hand raised until one of the volunteers comes and hands you the mic. We have about 3 minutes, so maybe we can squeeze in 2.5 questions.
My name is Ernestas, and very interesting panel. Wanted to ask, we are talking about building an IP, and let's say as a game developer, I have built a world, I have built characters that I feel that if it is a hit, it can become a franchise. How important and significant is the name of a game that will lead to the potentially franchise in the future?
Well, there's 2 ways to look at it. One is that it's incredibly important. People will latch onto it. The other one is that it will become important as your game becomes popular. Minecraft is a pretty silly name, but 1 billion users later, it's a pretty important name.
When Google came out, Google felt like a really silly name.
Yeah, exactly. What I'm seeing right now is that the tagline is becoming the title. So some really bad things are going to happen. That used to be below the title. Now it is the title, because it's really difficult to make original names. So maybe go with the tagline.
I think of it as a continuum, right? Like the game becomes the name or the importance of the name becomes what you make it. Try to avoid a dumb name, but over time, people will embrace that and imbue on that name what your game means for them.
Right. If Batman had been really stupid and silly and dumb, that would have felt like a stupid name today, but it doesn't. It feels pretty cool because they did cool things behind it.
We have time for one more question. There's a hand over there. And then, unfortunately, we will have to close the floor.
We'll be outside afterwards. I will at
Exactly.
least. So we're happy to talk more.
Hi there. I'm a writer, and I helped create an IP that became quite popular. And I was wondering if you had any advice on how to leverage the popularity of that IP to a new IP that I've developed, or is that even a wise thing to do?
I had trouble hearing that. I'm sorry.
He was asking, he wrote a popular IP. Should he or can he leverage that to perhaps create a new one? Is that a good paraphrase?
That's exactly right.
Okay. I can take it and you can think about it for a moment. Well, you should hopefully you got credit for the work that you did before, and you can celebrate that. And I think touching on something that you said earlier, it's really hard to create narrative around interactive games, around video games. So anybody who's done it successfully is ahead of the pack. So hopefully you will be embraced as somebody, okay, you've figured out part of this. You know, I think you should reflect back on what you did and how you got there. You know, I've had this conversation with many developers. When they find success and they're trying to build their next product, they forget all of the hardships and the challenges and the difficulty, and they have this romantic idea of how they got there, even the very best developers. And they say, well, we're going to do what we did last time to find success.
Right.
And it's like the second album problem in music, or, you know, they forget, no, you forget all the pain that you went through to get there.
But there's another thing, which is that if it resonated last time with the audience emotionally, there is zero guarantee that the next thing you do will resonate. It's not, you know, it doesn't mean everything you do will resonate.
It worked because it was fresh and new, perhaps, right? And so when people say, well, we're going to do the same thing again, it's like, well, no, it won't work the second time.
That's one of the strengths of IPs, is you've found something that works. This is a good idea to build a business around, because there's no guarantee you're going to find something else.
So you being able to express to somebody, I did this, it worked, here's why it did work, here's why we can't do that again, and here's how I think we should do it next time.
Yeah. On that note, I'd like to give a round of applause to Eugene and Christian for this chat.
Thank you.
As they mentioned, they will be outside in the foyer, so if you didn't get to ask your question there, be sure to catch them outside. Next up, we have Dice at 12, so come back after stretching your legs and hopefully grabbing another cup of coffee. See you in a bit.
Recline modes to choose from, one for every part of your day. This one, that's your recovery mode. Turn on Omni Switch. Take a moment to relax and reset.
Underground Electric. 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 Underground electric.
live from the Stone Age.
design modes to choose from, one for every part of your day. This one, that's your recovery mode. Turn on Omni Switch. Take a moment to relax and reset.
Underground electric. 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 Underground electric.
5 recline modes to choose from, one for every part of your day. This one, that's your recovery mode. Turn on Omni Switch. Take a moment to relax and reset.
Underground electric. 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 Underground electric.
live from the Stone Age.
recline modes to choose from, one for every part of your day. This one, that's your recovery mode. Turn on Omni Switch. Take a moment to relax and reset.
Underground electric. Underground electric. Underground electric. Underground Underground electric. Underground electric. Underground electric. Underground electric. Underground electric.
So, you made an extraordinary game, but nobody found it. Fixing this means rebuilding discovery from the foundation and up. We're already collecting and structuring all data and descriptions of your games. You can make them even better and richer, and then own it all. Our private AI agents use this refined data to help players find games they love across the industry. From AAA Top 10 to indie heroes to Surprise Me. We give control back to creators and bring adventure back for fans. We are Source of Truth. We are live.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Where are your energy levels? Let me see. Ooh, guys, we have an exciting panel up now, and I need you guys to keep up. So, where are your energy levels? Let me see. Nice, that's better, that's better. Now, you know Magnus Brun from Assassin's Creed Valhalla. You know David Bateson, if you've ever played Hitman. He's the voice behind Agent 47. And they are joined also by the host of Pixel TV, Martin Sween. Now, this is described as a cozy talk, so there'll probably be a fire up behind me, but I don't think it's going to be cozy. I think it's going to be exciting and fun, because I got to know these gentlemen behind the scenes. I also connected with one, because he's a South African too, apparently. So I'm very excited to introduce him to you. Please welcome David Bateson, Magnus Brun, and Martin Sween. Sorry.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Over here.
Yeah, so I'm the stand-in for Thomas Bense, who's the CEO of Pixel TV, and I'm host at Pixel TV. So I hope I'll speak as badly English as he would if he was sitting in this couch. All right, so I'm joined by two of the most deadly assassins in the video game business. So if I'm doing a bad job, this might be the last you'll ever see of me. So,
we'll take you out.
Yeah, you'll take me out behind the stage. So, of course, Assassin's Creed, Magnus Brun, and David Bateson, no other than 1847 himself.
Yeah.
In this panel, this fireside chat, we'll talk a bit about voice acting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's a fire.
Oh, there's the fire.
Yeah. There's a fire, and we'll talk about the voice acting, and it'll be great. You guys, one of you have been in the business a bit longer. You've just celebrated 26 years as 1847, right, David?
I was 4 years old at the time. Yeah. 26 years, it's hard to imagine.
You had such a good voice as a baby.
Agent 47, yeah. A long time, 26 years, it is hard to imagine.
Yeah.
Totally.
How's that journey been?
Well, the truth is unbelievable, because we didn't think it was going to go that far. Actually, I've talked to IO Interactive about this years and years ago. Janus Flosser, the old CEO of IO Interactive, and he was about to give a Christmas speech to the employees when there were just 200 of them in a building in Copenhagen. And I looked at him in the wings of this building in Copenhagen, and he looked so nervous and had this tie on and a jacket. And I went, "Hey, Janus, are you okay?" He went, "Oh, no, I don't know what to say." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "I didn't think we'd come this far, you know." And that's been how it has been in the early years, because it just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Now there are 5 offices in different places around the world.
Yeah, and a lot of games.
Yeah, and so many games later. So it is. It's been an insane ride, and long may it continue.
And Magnus, you had not had the same amount of time in the video game business, but you were kind of thrown in there because you used to be more of an regular actor, right?
What? Regular actor? Yeah. I think I got thrown into it because of the series The Last Kingdom that I worked on for a couple of years, which is a Viking series. And when they were casting for Valhalla, they needed Scandinavian actors for the main cast. So I got an audition for this animated series shot in Canada called The Black Wolf Saga. 10 episodes.
Whoa.
Okay, that sounds fun. So I did an audition for that, and then later, when they liked it and they invited me to London, my agent said, "This might not be a series. Because we can see now it's Ubisoft who's making it, and so maybe it's a game, but we don't know." My agent had nothing to do with games, so she wasn't like hyped about that. I was like, "Okay, cool." And, I'll
Say
go
no
there.
to it. We don't do games.
We actually had that talk. Thank God I said, I think I'm going to do it. But I remember coming into the audition room in London, and Darby McDivitt, who's the narrative director of that game and of many great games from Ubisoft, the first thing he said was, "Oh, Magnus, this is the next Assassin's Creed game, and we love you in The Last Kingdom. Knut, he's such a..." Like, okay, this is something else. Okay. And had a wonderful audition, and they invited me to be there a day more, and then, but I had that talk with my agent, remember, going, "This is going to take you out for a year, Magnus. You can't do anything else." And
okay.
like, I think I'm going to do it. It's a great project. I think I'm going to do it. And then,
And you ended up doing all of the voice acting for Eivor and also all of the mocap for both female Eivor and male Eivor, right? And also a lot of the NPCs.
Not a lot of them, but I also played Odin and Varin and some Easter eggs. And I've recorded more than 15,000 lines for that game. So that is...
that's a lot.
That's a bit.
That's a lot of talking.
Yeah. So,
wow. But David, throughout the 26 years, at least as Hitman, how has the industry changed? Because I can imagine that you're wearing a pajamas and a lot of the dots as a mocap suit is different from way back in 2000.
Yes, very much so. We didn't know what mocap was. No, it's night and day, the development of the game. And then after a few games, they went, "Oh, David, we want to do some, put your face in, change it." I said, "But I look like him already." He said, "Yeah, but now he's going to look even more like you." Oh. So that was weird, having a sort of GoPro attached to my face, going, "Ooh." And then my children were saying, "Oh, Dad, that does look like you. You did that same kind of constipated look."
When you were angry at us.
You've grown up with that look. Oh, how many times have I told you not to jump on the sofa? So then, it gets more and more.
Should I take them out? No, it's your kids.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot. Put down the gun. The motion cap stuff, I didn't get a chance to do the motion capture. Well, a little bit of it, but I knew the guys who did it in Copenhagen, 2 stuntmen. But I wanted to get really involved, in that way, because I think it's fun.
It's great fun.
Yeah, I knew it was fun. Damn.
No, it really is.
Yeah, it's just, but I still like the way that, the first game took 3 to 4 hours recording.
All of it?
All done. I'm going home now. I'm not even
You're one taker, right?
Yeah, but it was the silent assassin. It's in the clue is in the title. I'm in the field. Is that it? Yeah, that was it. Target down. Was that okay? Yeah, fine. And so it was all done. And also he didn't say much, but then fast forward to some years later, and it takes, I was just talking about this backstage, it takes now about 6 months now for me, because we record the first level, and then they'd meet 6 weeks later, and we'd do a few pickups, and then we'd do the second level in that same session, and there'll be people listening to it, and they'll do 3 takes per line. And what I've done, when I do a real funny thing, I mark down my script. I'd go for that one. I'd go for, I just a little circle around 1, 2, or 3, and 90+% of the time, it's the same one. I've asked. Okay, so you're going for 3, aren't you? Yeah, because they say take 3, and number 1 as an alt take. You know. Okay, shit, spooky.
Can I ask you? Do they also when this is very
ignore them.
There might come some banter here because we know each other quite well.
We know each other.
We've had a fair share of gin tonics together. But do they also then turn off the mics and then have a discussion where you can't hear them?
I hate
That's just you, Magnus.
That's just you. No.
And you can just hear something going. Guys, can I just talk? I need to be in on this. This is too weird. I don't know if are you talking behind my back. What's going on? Like, oh yeah, but no. I want to be part of it. Otherwise, I'm just sitting here alone, waiting for you to decide something. That's fucking weird.
If you see them shaking their heads a lot, should get another actor. Oh, sorry, Kluki.
Yes, it's too late. I'm 10,000 lines in.
Yeah, suck it up.
And now you both have an actor background.
Yeah.
What are some of your tips because I can imagine that plenty of people would like to bring in voice actors in their games to make it more alive. And I feel like a lot of people are like, I have a voice actor in my stomach. I could do funny voices, whatever. But is there more to being a great voice actor than just doing funny voices?
I hope so.
I think most of it comes from also understanding the scene. You're recording scenes. It's not recording lines. Well, it depends on the games, but the bigger games that I've been in, it's more about understanding what's going on with the character. Why am I saying this, and to whom, and what's going on? Because then I can put all of my ideas and all of my acting and all of that into it. So it's that's why it's an actor job. I think that's the way I look at it anyway. When I get the script,
I've got a question.
I'm not thinking about just how do I say that line. It's like I'm saying this because of that and that. Like, whole picture.
Because you say your lines alone as well, don't you? You're in your own. You're not acting opposite other people.
I've been doing that a little bit. I'm working on another game at the moment where we're doing very hush hush. Where we're doing more of throwing axes.
Just take a sip of this water. It's not poison.
Yeah, really.
But what we figured out when we were doing Valhalla was that when they had recorded the other characters that I was playing with, I would actually interact with those recordings.
Dude.
So I could answer the real lines.
So you were later actually in the process.
They found out this was. Otherwise, I did a lot of acting with this wonderful voice director called Thor Bishoprick, and he would actually sit in the room with me and doing all the lines opposite me.
Fabulous.
Because that was the way he worked, and I loved that because then it's not me just recording it 3 times and then waiting. Then we recorded whole scenes, and then we did that whole scenes again. And then later, when we had all the recordings from the others, it was also easier and cheaper for them to have me clean it up because maybe they've recorded another actor a little too aggressive, and then instead of getting her or him in again, they could just use me to maybe if you answer her a little bit more, then it makes the scene work instead of rehiring people.
The way to go.
Also, I got to actually interact with the other actors. Ish.
My only thing was because I tended to do all my lines by myself. Thank you. All alone, and they've all had fun and games in London or in Los Angeles or wherever, and I'm there, mainly coming at the end. So the only thing I would ask, I would never want to know where are we going with this or what happens next. The only thing, if I was in doubt, because I refuse to open my mouth if I don't know what the context is. So I would, if I couldn't work it out just from the line, I want to just know what happened before. What's just happened? Oh, okay. You're in disguise and fine. I don't want to know what happens next because then you're almost telegraphing it by the way you could influence the way you say the line, and that's not how real life works. We don't know what going to happen next. Oh, see, you didn't know that. You didn't know that was going to happen.
Yeah, I can't do that.
I remember I made a promise to myself when I was, I think, 2 weeks in the recordings of Valhalla, that I would treat every line with the same weight.
All right.
Because you would get a lot of like throwaway lines, or just telling him that, or just what, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But all of them had to have meaning and weight.
Big kahunas.
But also importance, because when you as a gamer put on your headset and start playing a game, then we become your voice. And if you don't believe your own voice because it's just then you just take them off and just skip cutscenes. You're not gonna be in on the adventure the same way. So I made it like really tried to give it all, and some of the producers were like, I think we have it now. No, can we just one more time? Just I also want to be
put down the axe, man. You don't need it.
I always brought weapons for the. That's my style.
I want to say this. When we started, it was known as the silent assassin, so there weren't many lines, and that's why the first session took 3-4 hours, and we were done. But when the engine and the game became so complex, there were very long sequences where Agent 47 is now in disguise. He's got to work out how to get into that room, so he's got to. So there were long periods of time where there's no dialogue, and then I got the script and went, "Whoa, what's with the verbal diarrhea? What's going on? Who's slumped over the bloody typewriter and written all these words? Silent assassin? What happened?" And then they explained to me that the game is now really so involved and complex. So there are long sequences where there's nothing being said, and that we want the player to feel more involved. And I thought that was, honestly, I thought it was wrong. And then I realized when I saw the game that they were so right. That but it was weird having from being I target down. That's it. I like that. Dead. Then suddenly I'm reading lines again. Would you like more ice in your gin and tonic? I'm going, what the farg is that? I'm not a killer. No, you're in disguise as a waiter, and you're working your way around the room, and you're going to oh, okay. So all those, it seems like the lines were not so important, but they were, because it made the game as
made it more alive and more organic,
alive, and the player was really involved.
Yeah, and you get all your like the missions and all of that. You get that from the boss. Yeah. Whereas I would
You'd have to work
it would be inner self lines.
Oh yeah.
Like where Ava would talk to him or herself.
Okay, yeah, of course.
When your player have just ran on and just been fishing for 10 hours, or like stacking Karen stones or whatever. Like maybe we should go back to. Granby now. Did you remember you actually had a quest? Wasn't there something about that letter? Like,
Okay, so that
maybe send Sinina. There's a lot of those like nice, like, remember, come on, there's a game, come on. And I think that's fishing.
That was some of the things that have changed over time as well, because I can imagine that when you started out early, it would be more like, this is a cutscene, this is the dialogue, and then nothing really happens. A lot of gameplay, of course, and another cutscene. But now people want and expect small lines. If you bump into a table, you have to say, "Ow, that actually hurt my knee," because it needs to be more alive than just a video game character doing.
Although
stuff.
I've done something. My favorite scene level is Sapienza, as a lot of people know, and I love Italy, and I've been to that town on the Cinque Terre, west coast of Italy, and because I love this town so much, little coastal town, impossible to get to. Sometimes I just go for a walk. I just go, I'm going to go down this street and have a cappuccino. Or I'm just going to see I'm going to be a tourist. And like after a while, obviously the time's ticking, and suddenly Jane Perry or Diana Burnwood, my boss, will be in, Agent 47, where are you going? Okay, I'm not listening. And I actually found a store in a back street on Sapienza I've been in. I've bought a bowl in that store, which is insane. And I'm going, just like, or I go down to the beach and just listen to the sound of the waves. 1847, the target is leaving. That's what you can do. Yes, so I just think it's fab.
But can you
Sorry,
feel
I don't give a fuck.
I'll do them tomorrow.
Can you feel the pressure of the industry growing on your shoulders as well? Because now you have to take all this into consideration.
Whoa. How do you mean? You mean
that your performance? Because now it's. I mean, back in the day, probably it was just someone doing the voice of Hitman. But now you are David Bateson, the voice of Hitman, and the actors. And I mean, also looking at things like Baldur's Gate, all the huge actors there, Jennifer English and Newborn, they have suddenly become part of the video game instead of just someone doing a voice.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I think that is fantastic to see that, because there is this incredible crossover now, you know, because we're scanned into the game, so the characters start to look more and more like us. Although I'm the Danish Bowser, I don't look anything like Bowser.
Yeah, it's a fun fact. This guy is the Danish Bowser, so he's the Danish Jack Black, man.
Yeah, I'm Danish Jack Black. Oh, that was a weird compliment. I got the call from the studio, and they're going, David, we've tried all the Danish actors for this part, and they're just not weird enough. So we thought of you. And I went, I'm going to take that as a compliment. But don't tell Nintendo. Okay, just between us. They think I'm Danish. They did know, because they have, you know, I had to go and sing the song, you know, Peaches.
Peaches, yeah.
I'm going, Jack Black, me? I'm no way in Danish. Okay, and then you had to do some scenes afterwards, and it come in one of these meetings. It took nearly 3 months. All these suits meeting each other. And, what do you think? It came out. Wait a minute, that's not a Danish surname. And then the studio went, well, his father's English, but he's born and bred Danish. He's so Danish. So they
Danish.
Told a little
Very
story
Danish.
to Nintendo. So I don't know if I've just talked myself out of a job, but yeah. So it's got complex. But so apart from not looking like Bowser, we do look more like the characters. And I was just in a con in England a few days ago in London, and you know, I'm meeting people and going, geez, you do look like Batman a little bit. You know, you know, I think that's a wonderful development thanks to technology. You can scan in people's faces, or just the eyes, or just the mouth, or whatever, and just make the game more real. You know, it's quite scary.
I just think it's amazing that this this industry is growing and is getting more spotlight now, and that people understand, and the audiences understand that this is fucking huge. This is not just like nerds are playing it. Fuck no, there's more money in this than in the entire movie industry,
the music, everything.
Everything. So and that's also why they now are recreating the games and a series and films, and because this is where the audiences are, and this is some of the most wonderful and best told stories. So I think it's amazing that it's just getting more spotlight.
So one of the things that you would probably recommend a lot of the game makers out there that involve the actors, because you care about the product as well. I mean, it's not just a paycheck for you. You want to be part of it. But you want to have a nice product that you can be proud of afterwards, right? So involve you guys, because you probably have a lot of thoughts about it as well, right?
Yeah. But
unbelievable.
I look at it as I'm not just hired to be like a puppet. I'm an artist. We have our ideas, we have our educations, and we bring this to the table. And if they allow us, we will give it more. And if they just want the voice, if they just want then we'll figure something out. But we'll be a part of telling the story. And the more they involve us, the more the project becomes like attached to us, and the more we will also sell the project in the end, because if we really like it, then we will bring it out to the world.
Well, you found this, what blows me away is that from game to game, exactly, I'll say this with Hitman, it gets better and better, graphics-wise, sound, the 3D, the motion capture, the whole, everything's just getting much better. And here's the thing: it appears that no one notices, in the sense that they go, "Yeah, we expected it to be better. Okay, expected it to be better." There are 1,000 people working round the clock and have reinvented this engine and have made it better and sharper and everything. And there's just this expectation that the bar will just go up and up and up without almost being noticed. Just going, yeah, good. Oh, how's your virtual reality? What? And they're sitting there and they're like, we got the VR glasses ready. And the fans are going, yep, thank you. You can go now. There's this real expectation from the fans that the whole industry is just going in what is going to be scratch and sniff games in the end. I'll be able to smell the smoke from that fire in a minute.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
But I also think that the generations that grow up with just streaming, that you can get everything on demand. It's so easy. So why shouldn't I? The CGI is not. I'm going to watch it. Now we're going to sound old, but it's the. I remember, now this is this half an hour of children's television, like a slot every night at 6 o'clock at night in Denmark. That is the children's slot, and that's it. Okay, that's done. Yeah. That was it.
Now it's like I'll go play touch grass.
Yeah. There's unlimited sources of wonderful and also crappy entertainment, but it never ends. So my kids, they've grown up with I want to see that. I want to. It's not about watching. They ask, can I watch Screen? Can I see Screen? It's not. I want to see that show. I want to, it's Screen.
Yeah.
So I guess it's the same with games. We just expect it to be wonderful, great, beautiful, and if it's not
there's no kind of I wish it was in black and white with bad sound.
But I think that's
why aren't they working like this when they talk?
When I started out, my head was like a hexagon. Graphics were so crap.
Yeah, but I think that is some of the things that set the good games apart from all the lesser good games, or even the television shows you talk about. That it's a lot of bad television shows, and there are some really good television shows. Because there's so many things to look out for. You have to be better to separate yourself from all the different, and your performances are also part of that, of course. Lastly, because we're kind of running out of time, the elephant in the room, I think, is artificial intelligence that we haven't really talked about. Because I know it's on a lot of the game developers' minds. Is it on your minds as well as voice actors?
Yeah. Wish I could. Listen, it's a fantastic thing, of course, and it's the future. But it's also decimated the industry, and has also added to the industry of making computer games. So it is a kind of double-edged sword. But there's been a lot of firings and less hirings, or just reworking how a game is made. And you don't necessarily need 4 floors of game developers in the same way as you did before. But from a voice acting point of view, I just wish it was dead. That came out all wrong.
You want me to take it out?
Yeah, please. Just kill it.
I think I remember, actually, sorry for interrupting, Ashley Birch, the voice of Aloy, she said something like, the AI can take over. They're using the AI for a lot of the smaller voices, NPC voices maybe, but which saves time and cost as well. But she used to be an NPC and starting up, so she started there and then she got there. So without having all the NPCs as real people, they'll never get their stars later on.
No, the grassroots are being cut off.
Yeah,
and it's the same in development. I think that there's a lot of education that just are gonna be left out because as she was building herself up, learning. Like, we don't need that. We have it. We have it covered. I think I'm not scared for like the bigger parts in it in the games. Also, because I have a feeling that the audience want to listen to human beings. It's the thing right now because it's just come out and it's amazing. It's crazy. You can get all the. But I think at some point it will like turn up. I hope.
I will.
Skynet, what? But I think the audiences will get used to that as part of it. But still, they will crave something else. Because it is helpful, and you can, and I also do audiobooks and like just voiceovers for stuff, and there's a lot of that. Whereas I think I'm not going to be doing that as much anymore unless they ask for my voice. Like we want Magnus to do this. Then it's you can get audiobooks now where you listen to it. It's with breath. It's with everything. This is really good. Like shit. And how long did it take to read that book with 800 pages? Oh, that was just 2 minutes. Hello.
It's a weird world.
It takes me days.
It's definitely affected my life to the bad, to the detriment, radically. But here's the thing: I have a voice agent in London, and it's weird. There is definitely, I've noticed it with me since about August last year. Where are we now? Yeah, since about August last year. There's been a swing back to use real people. It's going to catch on one day to do voice work because they were having to use so much time reprogramming. No, it reads fine. It's all great, but I want that word to be more contemplative, and they're going, oh shit, I have to find. And the time they were using to readjust the algorithms was more time than it was worth. Just get a human being in here, crying out loud. So I'm hoping that will be revalued again. And I think it is, of course, NPCs that you can do so much, just get the job done. But it'd be I don't know, in the UK at least, it's very strong that they're going, fuck off, AI.
That's nice.
In voice work. But so yes, maybe there's a job for us in the future. Could be nice. Maybe, yeah.
I hope so. Certainly hope so. So lastly, we have a few minutes left before questions, I think. Actually, I can see on the screen that we if you're up for it, we have time for Q&A if you have any questions out
bring
there.
it on, man.
These amazing
Are you AI out there? Are you real people?
And I want to say also that Magnus is the host of tonight's Nordic Game Awards. So this is not the last you'll see of his pretty Viking face.
No.
Yeah, you can clap.
Nothing we can do about it. He's back tonight.
But let's hear a question from the audience.
Okay.
Hi. Is this working? Yes.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
It's Remco. I am a performance capture artist at Remedy Entertainment.
There you go.
And so I'm often behind the controls of these sort of shoots. And I always ask this to any actors that we work with. And that's, what's one thing you can name that might not always be the case during these shoots that you wish the people operating these shoots knew? And what could make your life better during these sort of shoots?
What, mocap shoots?
No, voice shoots, for example.
Oh.
And alternatively, what's something that people during these shoots do that you wish they knew they really should not do? Like you mentioned, turning off the thing, talking to each other, and then coming back like, yeah, that was good.
Yeah. Well, that'll do. You just know, I'm terrible.
You liked when another person was in the room reading it.
Yeah. I think that was great, but I've never tried it afterwards. That was a one-time thing, or like a one-game thing. I think, but this is only voice, or it's also a motion capture-ish, only face capture. I really like that there is a director. That you can, so you can do it. So it's not just a technician. I'm saying just, but because there's a lot of technicians are working as directors. But I like that there's somebody with an idea of the story and where we're going and how to tell it as well.
Yeah.
Who's thinking about character development instead of only, oh, that sounds great. This is perfect for that scene. But I think that is, if you have the budget and the energy, and I really appreciate that. Yeah,
having a director really in touch with what you're doing, or what the scene's about.
And chamomile tea, it's lovely. It's always lovely. I like gin tonics.
Whiskey and soda there.
No,
I'll take that again.
Yeah.
But on that note, unfortunately, we have to close. But I think this has been one of the most interesting discussions we've had at Nordic Game 2026. So give a round of applause to these lovely, lovely gentlemen. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming.
And as Martin mentioned, Magnus will be back on the stage 7 p.m. tonight for the Nordic Game Awards. If you don't know what that is, head on over to the Nordic Game website and get familiar with some of the nominations. Thank you so much again, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
5 recline modes to choose from, one for every part of your day. This one, that's your recovery mode. Turn on Omni Switch. Take a moment to relax and reset. modes to choose from, one for every part of your day. This one, that's your recovery mode. Turn on Omni Switch. Take a moment to relax and reset.
Underground electric. 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 Underground electric.
5 recline modes to choose from, one for every part of your day. This one, that's your recovery mode. Turn on Omni Switch. Take a moment to relax and reset.
Underground electric. 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 Underground Electric.
Live from the Stone Age.
design modes to choose from, one for every part of your day. This one, that's your recovery mode. Turn on OmniSwitch. Take a moment to relax and reset.
Underground electric. 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 Underground electric.
5 recline modes to choose from, one for every part of your day. This one, that's your recovery mode. Turn on Omni Switch. Take a moment to relax and reset.
Underground electric. 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 Underground Electric.
So, you made an extraordinary game, but nobody found it. Fixing this means rebuilding discovery from the foundation and up. We're already collecting and structuring all data and descriptions of your games. You can make them even better and richer, and then own it all.
Our private AI agents use this refined data to help players find games they love across the industry. From AAA Top 10 to indie heroes to Surprise Me. We give control back to creators and bring adventure back for fans. We are Source of Truth. We are live.
All right, welcome back, everyone. What does it mean to be a storyteller? How do you evolve the work? And how do you deepen it? These are questions that sound like they maybe belong in a writing workshop, but they belong exactly in this room because at the heart of games is also storytelling. Before I introduce the next speaker, I want to tell you about Expedition 3.3, which 3x3, that takes 3 elements of what it means to be a creative and the 3 skills that underlie them. And did you know that Expedition 3.3 has set a historic world record? How many of you want to guess how much awards it's won across all ceremonies globally? Someone want to guess? How many awards has Expedition 3.3 won? Yeah? 100? More? A little bit more. I'll put you out of your misery. Expedition 3x3 has won over 436 awards across all ceremonies globally. I think that deserves a big round of applause. And keep it going for the speaker, Jennifer Svidben-Yen, who is the lead writer and voice and localization producer.
Hello, everyone. It's really lovely to be here. Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Svidben-Yen. I am the lead writer and voice and localization producer on Expedition 33, and it's a real honor to be here to talk to you a little bit about creative frameworks. So thank you, Nordic Games, for inviting me. Ooh, we are going to do some quick swapperoos. I've noticed that a lot of these professional presentations, they all need a punny title, or like a clickbaity title, but a punny title. And so I decided to call mine Expedition 3x3. Ooh. Tack så mycket. So yes, I decided to call mine Expedition 3x3 by 3. you guys get a bonus 3 here at Nordic Game. So that's 3 core elements of being a creative and 3 key skills to support that. And bonus for this session is 3 foundational documents for building your narrative. And this is a very simple framework, and there are obviously many, many different ways to create frameworks and think about these things and organize these types of thoughts. But I find this useful as just a starting point. So, what does it mean to be a creative? I think of it as taste, execution, and having something to say. These are obviously non-linear, right? They're very subjective. It's not like a sliding scale of good to bad. But for the purposes of this presentation, we're just going to talk about it in terms of being able to mature and deepen each of these elements. So first, taste. Taste to me is your North Star, right? Kind of like your vision, the quality of work that you want to achieve, the destination. And execution, your execution skills, that determines how close you actually get to that vision. So this is your craftsmanship, right? And I'd say one of the hardest things about learning as an adult is our own inner critic. We're all very harsh on ourselves, particularly creatives, because often our taste evolves faster than our execution. So when we're kids, our taste and our execution kind of evolve together, right, in lockstep. So you're not thinking as much about that gap. It's just enough to keep you going. But as an adult, usually our taste goes much faster, expands and deepens much faster than our execution skills. And so it can be very demoralizing when you see kind of in your mind what you want to achieve, but then you see the big gap between what you have and where you want to go. And so as an adult, we need to remind ourselves that this is a journey everyone takes. I don't know a single creative out there who's able to just immediately nail their execution. And it's a journey, it's a process. And you gotta suck first before you can actually get good, right? That's part of the process. So the VC world likes to say, fail better, fail faster, right? And I do actually like that because failure is not something to be ashamed of. It's information. It's how we get better. It's how we improve. And it's a necessary part of the process. It's a necessary part of every game dev cycle, right? I'm sure you guys all can probably relate. And so another analogy I like to use is pancakes. I think everybody here has probably made or at least eaten pancakes, right? The first pancake is usually the sacrificial pancake because it's very misshapen, you know, the pan's not hot enough, it's kind of lumpy, misshapen, undercooked. But you can't get to the nice pancakes without going through that first sacrificial pancake. So that's, again, part of the process. And we kind of need to be kind to ourselves. So embrace your first pancake. That's what I like to say. Yeah. Personally, I call my first drafts the vomit draft because it really, you're just trying to get something down and get it going. It's not pretty, right? But I think pancakes are a little bit more palatable than vomit. So that's why I tell people pancake. Yeah. So in some instances, people's execution can actually exceed their taste. And it's actually, there's a subreddit for this. There's a subreddit for everything. But there's a subreddit called ATBGE, which is awful taste but great execution. And it's also known as DIY. So check that out if you have some time. It's special. Yeah, so those are the 3 core elements of taste. That's the taste and execution. But the third is having something to say. And the stories that I personally am most drawn to are the ones that really make you think and feel. So they have a personality, they have a point of view. And I contrast these with stories which are primarily a sequence of cool events, with some characters along for the ride. I enjoy those too. Don't get me wrong, those are also really fun, but it's a different category with a different purpose. So if we're talking about stories that have soul to them, that have something meaningful to say, that really comes from the creative team, right? It really comes from what their point of view is, what perspectives they have, how they see the world, right? Whether it's art, music, or story. And that's something that's uniquely yours as a creative. People can copy your style, your taste. People can kind of emulate your execution. And by people, I mean AI these days. But the one thing they cannot do is replicate what you have to say, because that is a function of your own individual life experiences, your own personal point of view, how you think about the world, how you see the world, how you relate to it, and how you express it. That's something that nobody else in the universe has those exact same experiences and has those exact same viewpoints. So that's something nobody can take from you. And that's something that I think makes a story great, is seeing that, seeing what the authors, the creators, the artists have to say. And so, so those are the 3 elements of being a creative. The interesting thing, though, is that not all creatives are hired for all 3 things. So as an individual creative, you obviously want to try to continue to work on all 3 elements and deepen those. But what's interesting is that, for instance, in game dev, not all roles require all 3. So it's important, whether you're a studio, a narrative lead, or a creative, to make sure there's a good match, right? Some roles are really only looking for your execution, and you are working with somebody else's taste and what they have to say. And hopefully you can also provide things as well along those ways, but it's really guided by somebody else. For other roles, they really just want your taste or something to say, but you're not actually the one doing the execution, right? And then that's another set of unique challenges. How do you communicate your vision to the people who are implementing it? And if you're really lucky, but also this will be a lot of work, is you get to do all 3. But that's a lot of work. So, And ideally, as a team lead, I think you'll want to assemble a team with complementary tastes and complementary skills, execution skills, and also complementary things that they want to say. Me personally, I love when everybody on the team can contribute their own points of view. And you then are able to elevate each other's work. Right? And it's not just one, it's like the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, right? But it's important that they're complementary, that they work together rather than pull apart in opposite directions. So that's something that I think is very important when you are assembling your team, assembling your Avengers. And friction can occur when people have differing tastes. So I think it is very important when you are trying to create something collectively and collaboratively. The next part is a bit more specific to storytelling, but I think it actually applies to quite a lot of other mediums. I'm a firm believer in lifelong learning, and I'm also kind of a type A perfectionist, so probably a lot of people here are. So my question is always, how do we get better? How do we improve our taste, our execution, and what we have to say? And there are multiple elements to this, but the key one that I like to emphasize is that the richer your life is outside of writing, the richer your writing will be. Obviously, there's a nice work-life balance to that, which we love in Sweden. But beyond that, everything in your life, every experience you have, everything you notice or take away from the world, that is fertile soil in which to plant your ideas. And you can make your stories, your character, your world so much richer and more immersive and real because they're pulling from something that's real. So you can have a really fantastical situation, you can have a fantastical backdrop, you can have really cool, awesome like things, but you can also bring it back to what's human, and that comes from your personal life experience. Yeah. So the 3 skills that I think are helpful in helping us improve is curiosity, empathy, and logic. And these aren't just feel-good buzzwords. My personal opinion is that good storytelling requires all 3. So, curiosity. It's really important to cultivate your curiosity. You know, it's about asking questions, peeling the onion, exploring, and also just trying new things, always learning, always asking why. Why? Why this? Why not that? How? You know, asking all the questions. It means looking at the world with a very active eye and engaging with it. And curiosity is what drives us forward into the world, and it deepens our understanding. So everything around us then becomes a potential element or inspiration for a story. Fun anecdote, like some of the story elements in Expedition came because I was exploring hydroponics and growing tomatoes in my bathroom. So that's why some of the characters work on an aqua farm. And the reason why SK has a pet rock is because I had like a random spider growing in one of my plants that I decided to name Maury. And I thought, oh, Maury could be short for Maurice. And then that would be a fun name. And then I'm like, oh, but what's an even more French name than that? Francois. And then we're like, that's where all of that came from, right? Or there's quite a few things inspired by my dog as well. So I'll get into that some other time. The next part is empathy. Empathy is applying that curiosity to the people around us and also to ourselves, right? It's understanding why do people do the things that they do, or believe what they believe, or see the world the way they do. What's their internal motivation and logic? And I like to say that we are all the main character in our lives, right? We're all the heroes of our own story. But I'm pretty sure every single one of us here has been the villain in somebody else's story. And so we need to think about, how does that work? Can we hold all of that in our heads at the same time? And to write a three-dimensional character, even if they're the bad guy doing shitty things, like I will always write it from their perspective as their advocate. Right? I will always take their side when I'm writing their piece, because to them, what they're doing makes sense, right? Even if it doesn't make sense to the other party members or the other characters, even if it doesn't make sense externally, to them, it has to have a logical underpinning, right? And I'm not really a puppet master here, trying to make the characters do what they want to do. I'm actually role-playing every single character. So I actually like to say that writing is the ultimate RPG, because you actually have to role-play every single person authentically and be their advocate. Yes. And obviously, the tone will change depending on the genre, but the portrayal should always be of substance and have consistency. And that brings us to logic. I think logic is actually an underrated aspect of storytelling. And I think that, obviously with fiction, there's suspension of disbelief, but that's not a blank check. Right? That is an agreement, a handshake agreement with the player, with the audience. So there are parameters to this. There has to be an internal logic there. And one of my pet peeves, I have a lot of pet peeves, but one of my pet peeves are characters who sort of stop existing when they're not in the scene. And then they're just idling somewhere. They're not advancing their motivations or their goals. They're just off screen, and then they come back, and it's like nothing happened in that time in between for them. That's not how real life works, right? So even if a character is off screen, they're still going to be trying to achieve their goal. So what's interesting is, what are they doing when they're off screen? That's interesting information. That's interesting things you can then weave back in and react to in your actual main story. And another pet peeve are characters who do things because the plot needs them to do it, not because they actually want to do it, not because it's organic, right? Or they are dropping a lot of exposition and saying a lot of things which they wouldn't actually do if there was a real situation. They wouldn't feel the need to explain this or talk about this. So all of that comes back to logic. And the more you can adhere to internal logic, the tighter the story is, and the more immersive it feels. And I really like to reference the South Park guys here, because they said it really well. A story is not this happens, then this happens, then this happens, right? That's really boring. That's not really a story. It's usually this happens, therefore this happens, but then this happens. Right? So you have an actual chain of cause and effect. And that becomes interesting because now you can see how each thing impacts the next thing. And when I'm approaching story writing, I do this as well. We start with the premise and the hook, and it becomes an intellectual exercise, almost a thought experiment. If this is true, how do the other people in this universe react? What do they do? How do they react to the external stimuli? How do they react to each other? So you apply this at the plot level, but you also apply it to the character level. How does the character change because the world has changed? How does the world change? How does a character change when you put them with another character? How do they influence each other, right? Another pet peeve is when characters are talking at each other, but not with each other, right? Generally, when you're having a conversation, you're reacting to each other and you're changing each other in some way, right? There's some impact there. So what is that impact in that scene? So, cause and effect. So apply these 3 skills, and I always say use all of them, use what's in your life in your writing. And most of all, have empathy and kindness to yourself, because we can always be our own harshest critic. So, the bonus 3 foundational documents. This is specifically for narrative. And for me, the 3 foundational documents are narrative summary, the lore and timeline, and in-depth character biographies. Obviously, there are lots of different ways to do this. This is just the way that I like to approach it. So I am not saying that you must do this or this is the only way, so just caveating this. I'm just sharing how I think about these things. Because what I've realized after talking to a lot of other people and working with some different studios is that people have different definitions in their minds of what these things mean. So on the surface, it seems like, well, yeah, duh, obviously. But actually, everybody does it slightly differently. So, narrative summary. For me, this is something you should have at the very, very, very beginning of the dev process. And it's a living document. It's something that will continuously evolve throughout development. And I like to say plans are useless, but planning is essential. So it's very important to have this, but also realize that nothing is set in stone. It's going to continuously change. It has to change. The second is audience. Who's going to use this? I like to use this document for pretty much most people, like onboarding new hires so they can quickly understand what the overall story is, right? Actors, directors, marketing partners, localization linguists, and QA teams. It's very helpful for them to get a big picture overview of what everything is, get the tone, get the narrative right away. Also, it's very important that it's graphical, that you include concept art, in-game art, and you try to make it as digestible as possible, because one thing I've learned is nobody likes to read. So other than the writers, nobody else on the team really likes reading. So what is it? For me, it's a summary of your hook, which is your premise, your inciting incident, etc. The world, your lore, your key history points, characters, themes, and a walkthrough, which is very simple, 1 to 2 page max, of the entire game, from start to finish, including the ending. I find that a lot of folks don't include the ending, or they leave it very vague. Like it's very clear what they have at the beginning, but it starts to become very, very vague, and we'll figure something else out at the end. I think it's very important to know your ending at the start. And it will evolve, it will change, it might not always stay the same, but you need to know where you're going, all right? What it is not, and these are some examples from real studios, it's not a teaser, it's not a concept summary, it's not a pitch deck, it's not a setup with no payoffs, like it's not like I'll tell you act 1, but we'll figure out act 3 later. It's not an 80-slide storyboard. It's not 5 overlapping documents all bundled together, which often have inconsistencies between them. And it's not Miro boards, right? It's usually probably like a 20 to 30 page deck or max, which has all the key things you need to know to understand the narrative identity and the narrative journey that you're going on. Second is lore and timeline. So I approach timelines slightly differently. For me, it's important to think back to the preceding events, go back to history. So for instance, for Expedition 33, our lore timeline went back to before the fracture, before the Paintress first emerged, right? And what happened that led to the events today. We are all the products of the things that came before us. And to understand why we are the way we are, why the world is the way it is, you need to understand history. And you need to understand it from the point of view of every single character, faction, or like group or civilization or the world, right? So I like to create kind of like a timeline, and we have the characters down the side, antagonists, factions, worlds, etc., whatever you might have, right? And then what are all of them doing across this timeline? And you'll be able to identify if you have plot holes. If somebody's not doing anything or advancing their agenda for like 50 years in the middle or 5 years or however your timeline is, then you need to ask yourself, what are they doing during that time? And usually, if you ask yourself that, you'll find something interesting you can use to make the story even more compelling, right? So what are they doing? When do their timelines intersect? When do people interact with each other, and what happens in that interaction, right? How are they working towards their objectives? And yeah, plot holes. You can also see when sometimes the timelines don't work, you know? Like you're like, oh, well, they'll just like end up in this part of the geography here, but you're like, actually, if you build in travel time, they wouldn't be able to make it there. Or how do they immediately go from here to there? So you can figure out some of these like inconsistencies. Then the next part is character bios. So again, million ways to do this. For me, it is specific events and relationships that explain why this person is who they are. Why do they think this way? Why do they want what they want? Why do they act and react the way they do? Because once I know what makes them tick, what's their trauma, right? And what were the influential moments that changed the way they see the world, then I will know how to write them. Right? Then I'll know how they will react in a situation. Because once you know how they think, you'll know how they say, what they'll say, and you'll know what they'll do. Here are things that I see from a lot of other studios. They're useful, but it's not sufficient. So when I say character biography, it's not this. It can include things from this, but each of these things in and of themselves are not sufficient. They're necessary or useful, but they're not sufficient on their own. So personality matrices, lists of character traits, it's nice to describe them, but that's a snapshot in time of, oh, this is what their personality is like. What's more interesting is why is their personality this way, right? They're grumpy. Why? Like they hate XYZ. Why? They love, like they are joyful because of blah, blah, blah. Why? Right? Favorite color, snack, weapon, motto, extended life story, a list of their hopes and fears, theoretical narrative functions, what are they a metaphor or symbol of? These are all helpful, but they are not sufficient to write from. And so, yeah, so those are 3 of the foundational documents that I find useful for me personally. But again, a million different ways to do this, and what works for me might not work for everybody else, but just sharing how I think about things. And a quick summary of what we said before, like you want to cultivate your non-writing life. You want to practice curiosity, empathy, and logic. And use this to develop your taste, execution, and point of view, like what you specifically want to say. And I just want to say that it's not that we have a message. There's no like, this is the message of the game, right? That's not what I mean. And with Expedition, we don't do that either. We don't say like, this is your takeaway, this is what's right, this is what's correct, this is the message. We offer up questions, and we ask people to come to their own conclusions and decide for themselves. But there is a very specific philosophical perspective behind it, even without saying this is the message and takeaway, right? And lastly, be kind to yourself and don't stop. So thank you very much. I think we can open it up for questions.
Thank you so very much. I will also share with you that this is one of the most attended talks at the conference. So take that in as well.
That's awesome.
We have about 6 minutes for questions. So the right here, first and foremost, and then we'll go to the lovely lady over there.
I like your shirt for those who come after. Yes, of course. Oh, yeah. I'm starting a little initiative to talk about writing with people. So yes, absolutely. Message me on Instagram and we'll add you to the list. Yeah.
Oh, question: is it only based in Stockholm or Sweden?
Oh
Where's
no,
this pancake club?
It's virtual.
Okay.
When I go to events, I try my best to do a little in-person meetup with a small group, and we can just discuss writing. But it's also virtual, and I'll be hosting some virtual sessions and maybe start a Discord for, I don't know. We're still figuring it out, but it's mainly to allow people who want to start writing to encourage each other, share resources, and get feedback.
Nice. Thank you so much. The question over there. Would you mind just holding on until a volunteer comes with the mic so the crowd can hear you? There you go.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Awesome talk. Thank you for coming. So I'm also a writer, and I feel very strongly with everything you said. I'm like, yes. Especially with making the story mean something. Like, what is the goal of what are the takeaways from this? And I usually, if it's a linear story, right, it's like the ending is the big part. And I always find it so hard to be like, what is the purpose? How do I find the meaning of the work that I'm writing? Do you have any thoughts of how do you find your inspiration for the meaning?
I think, great question. It's hard to answer though, because I think it depends on the story and where you are in your life. Normally, I look towards the setup that we have, and then I look towards real life. And so, for instance, with the whole Gommage situation, one of the analogs for that, we have multiple, but one is COVID. So, what I was really wrestling with during COVID was the idea of how do we balance the duty that we owe to ourselves versus the duty we owe to others? How do we balance respecting someone's autonomy and their life choices and preventing them from hurting themselves or others, right? You kind of have to, where do you draw the line? And again, I don't know the answer to that. That's why we offer it up to people, and you have to choose Mael or Verso. You decide. But that's where I drew inspiration from, was just looking at real life and some of the things that I wrestle with deeply on a philosophical level and emotionally, because I'm sure all of us were pretty emotionally affected by COVID, and you're just kind of like, what is the right thing to do? I want to do the right thing. What is right? So
thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Another question over there behind the camera, and then in front of the other camera. So the guy with the Adidas t-shirt. Yes.
Hello, thank you so much for the talk. My question was around, I looked into, the whole development of Expedition 33, and I think it was around 2021 where you basically reboot the whole game.
Yes.
How much of the original concept, character, story did you actually keep and carry into the new game? Or was it a full reboot?
Full reboot from the beginning. So the original game was a Victorian steampunk game. And so the things we did carry over, though, were the names of the characters. So Mael, Lune, and Verso are from that. The characters are very different, though. but the names we kept because they're nice names. And the other thing we kept was this started as a joke, we were going to kill the main character in the end of Act 1 in that one. That was just me joking around, and we're like, actually, maybe we should. And then so we kept that concept through. But beyond that, from a narrative perspective, did not really carry through that much. But we carried through a lot of the gameplay, though. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think there was a lovely lady over there. Yes, in the black. Thank you so much. And if there's one more question, please raise your hand. I'll go to this lady here in the front.
Is this on?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you so much for the talk. I don't work anywhere near narrative, so it was really nice to get some insight into that and also see how much overlap there is with other crafts. So my question is around, I've often heard that diverse teams and teams that can challenge each other lead to the best ideas and the most creative outcomes.
Yeah.
And at the same time, you were saying, you need to find people that kind of are complementary to each other and to the ideas. So I'm wondering, like, what do you look for when you are building teams, and how do you know you've succeeded in striking the right balance?
Great question, and hard to answer in practice. Yes, so it's a balance, right? You want to find complementary but not identical perspectives. If it's identical, you're just in an echo chamber, and then you just sort of, it could be cool, but it always feel that the whole should be greater than the sum of the parts, right? So I do think it's necessary to have different perspectives. So one more lighthearted example is humor in the game. So we had my sense of humor, which was more like the wee-woo SKA type, Monoko, you look like a mop. Let me give you a haircut. Oh, let me polish my Nevron legs, and that's my humor. Then we have Guillaume's sense of humor, which is sort of like the magic verso. Let me cut myself in half and then just waddle around, and it's just the bottom half of my body, right? And we also had another team member, Victor Delard, who worked on all of our gestural dialogue and Nevron side quests, and he put in a lot of really funny gestural memes, like the "this is fine" meme, the breakdancing gestural, all of those things. So that's an instance where I feel like we all have very different senses of humor, right? But we found ways to make them work together, and they all kind of bring a different dimension to it. So that's one example, I think, of where we're not all exactly the same, but we can bring something cool and a different perspective. Similarly for narrative in terms of how we think about very deeply philosophical issues, right? We might have different viewpoints. But where you don't necessarily want are where it's very opposite. So for instance, I was helping a team, a different team, but the types of dialogue that they wanted were very much more traditional, slightly cliched, which, don't get me wrong, cliche has its purpose. So it's not a ding on them, but I think they wanted very simple, more traditional RPG type dialogue, and so a lot of times we would have a lot of discussion over is this too cryptic? Whereas I like to write things with subtext and things I don't like to over-explain, and where for them they needed more explicit. So that's something where I feel like fundamentally there's a different philosophy on how you want to do narrative. That's something where I feel like that in retrospect was not a good fit. So yeah, sorry, it's hard to answer because again, it really you don't know until you try. Right, yeah.
We are unfortunately over time, but
I'm so sorry.
If you can be very brief, we can still take your question.
Sorry, I talked too much.
No worries, no worries.
Super brief then.
Yeah.
Mael's ending or Versus ending, and why?
Everyone asks me this. Both, because they're meant to be interpreted together. They're two sides of the same coin, and they are both bittersweet, and they both have beautiful things and terrible, sad things. And the question you have to ask is, whose happiness are you prioritizing? Who is paying the price? And can you live with yourself asking those people to pay the price for somebody else's happiness? And so it's like asking to choose your favorite child or something. For me, the two endings, inherently, we always knew there would be two. We wrote them together as a package. So it's meant to be a duality there. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. I think, unfortunately, we are kind of time, but you can get Jennifer outside in the lobby as well if you have another question. I think we all just had some session of collective therapy together, yeah? Yeah? But thank you so much, Jennifer. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So, you made an extraordinary game, but nobody found it. Fixing this means rebuilding discovery from the foundation and up. We're already collecting and structuring all data and descriptions of your games. You can make them even better and richer, and then own it all.
Our private AI agents use this refined data to help players find games they love across the industry. From AAA top 10 to indie heroes to Surprise Me. We give control back to creators and bring adventure back for fans. We are Source of Truth. We are live.
Right, welcome back everyone. And now Alexander Benitez is the studio head and Amanda Jarfort-Granberg is design lead. And their game is Hela. And the design challenge at heart here is one of the hardest in multiplayer. How do you design for both multiplayer and single player at the same time? Their answer involves a system where players can create shades of themselves. So basically, versions of themselves that can exist in other people's worlds. It's a design idea that sounds simple in practice, but has deep implications of how we think about connection, presence, and what it means to play together. From Hela, please welcome Alexander and Amanda.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Yay! Somewhat tired. A lot of parties. Great. So I'm going to keep it pretty short on my side. I'm Alex. I'm studio head of Windup, and this is...
I'm Amanda, and I'm the design lead at Windup, and I have some background in working with quests as well at the game. And also, I want to mention my favorite hobby, which is LARPing, live-action role-playing. It's great. And I also think it links to working with games. That's what I love with LARPs, is to immerse myself into another character and another world, which is also what I love with games. So that could be another talk.
Next time. So I'm just going to give you a quick background on the team, and shout out to our own team member here, Justina. Hello. She's actually on this picture. So we're a Umeå-based studio. We're about 30 people. Most of the people are sitting in Umeå, and then we have some people scattered out all over Sweden. Obviously, some mix of seasoned developers, some of the key members that did the Unravel series, but also some very new and fresh talent that has been shipping or soon to be shipping their first game, which is pretty cool. So a bragging slide as well before we get into the juicy stuff. But we've already amassed around 900,000 wish lists, which is pretty cool for a game our size, our first time. So super happy about that. Around 120 million organic views, which is also pretty cool. We don't have a huge marketing budget, but we're really happy on the reactions and the kind of content creator support that we've gotten so far. So very happy about that, and got featured by Nintendo in their Nintendo Direct, and PlayStation, obviously, and Xbox as well. So we're going to sim ship later this year, which is super happy. And again, we won a couple of awards in Gamescom as well last year, so it's a cool thing. Does anybody know about Hela? Has anybody seen anything about Hela? Yeah, a few hands. Yeah, cool, good stuff. So what is Hela? I'm just going to keep it super short, but it's really a little fairy tale about an old, a very kind witch that has been helping the villagers and the creatures in the lands for generations, thousands of years even. But now she's fallen ill, so she's setting out her small little helpers, the familiars, tiny mices with magic backpacks, to help restore the harmony in the world. So it's an open world 3D game where you play as a familiar, a tiny mouse. You can play up to 4
players. We can play couch co-op, but you can also play solo. I think it's here when it becomes interesting, solving that kind of design for solo play and also co-play.
Exactly. So that's what we will focus this talk on, the fact that we have chosen to design a game that's for both multiplayer and single player, which is pretty hard to do, and something that I wish to see more games explore, as I feel like it's still, we still haven't figured a lot of stuff out. For example, how do you design quests so that they work both in single player and in multiplayer when it's so different? In multiplayer, you play with friends, it's often quite chaotic, you interact a lot with each other, while a single player experience, you can immerse more into the character and into the world, and how can we do this in interesting ways? So I'm just, I hope to see even more things in this area happen out there. I'm keeping my eyes open for all other games doing this to search for inspiration. And we pretty quickly knew that we wanted Hela to be a multiplayer game. The design principles are very much based on playfulness, the feeling of playing with your friends in the forest. So doing this multiplayer, of course, we get a lot for free already. There are already people playing. But we also want to build the game a lot around player agency and the feeling to choose and the feeling to be in the forest and feeling the awe of exploring the forest. And this also goes very well together with single player. So basically we said, let's do both. So how do we then solve that with doing puzzles that works both in single player and multiplayer? And specifically, our game that we then wanted to make this work for is that you can play both single player and multiplayer. You can play up to 4 people. It's misspelling there, I see. So it can be 1, 2, 3, or 4 players. A mix between that. Players can drop in and out of sessions seamlessly. So there's no parameters that change in this. We want it to be seamlessly and easy. And then we wanted to build a game that's based on physics-based puzzles, as well as traversal, and it has quests also. But we want these puzzles we build to feel equally rewarding in single player as in multiplayer. So pretty quickly we realized that we needed to figure out a way to do this. And this is when we came up with the concept of shades, which I think of as your pretend friends. If you don't have friends to play with, or you don't want to play with friends when you're in the forest, you can have your pretend friends and you can tell them what to do. So here's a little video that will show a bit how the game looks and explain the shade system.
Welcome to Hela, a heartwarming open-world adventure about tiny heroes, a kind witch, and the magic of helping others. Whether you play solo or with friends, Hela lets you approach every challenge your own way. And if you're adventuring alone, you won't be for long, thanks to the shade system. Shades are copies of your character that repeat the action you were doing when you created them, like little echoes of yourself. Perfect when you need an extra pair of paws. You can adventure with up to 4 mice. Play solo, and shades can help you along the way. Play with friends, and shades step in whenever they're needed. Now, let's take a look at how shades help you explore, experiment, and reach new places. Need to cross the gap? You can use your lasso to connect his shade and form a bridge you can walk or bounce across. Want to reach higher ground? Place a shade up high and use it as an anchor point to climb or swing into new areas. Need to move an object around a tricky edge? Let a shade hold it steady so you can guide it into place. While gliding, you can create a shade mid-air and hitch a ride to travel even farther. Shades can also serve as makeshift checkpoints. If you slip or miss a jump, simply switch to a shade and carry on. Some tools in the world are built for co-op, like catapults. Shades can help with that too. Just place a shade in the scoop, pull the rope, swap places, and enjoy the flight yourself. No matter how you play, solo or with friends, Hela invites you to explore at your own pace. Follow your curiosity and immerse yourself in a peaceful, magical world.
Yes.
Maybe we need to just exit that one.
So now you know everything about shades. Can we make the top disappear? I don't know.
We can, maybe.
So what does shades solve for us? So as you can see, you can create these little copies of yourself wherever you are. So this lets us build puzzles where several mice are needed, but specifically several mice, not several players. So how it works is you can always have up to 4 mice, meaning if you play a 4-player multiplayer session, then you can't create shades because you are already 4 mice. And if you play alone, you can create 3 shades. So we know the puzzle parameters that we can require 4 actions from mice to be carried out at the same time. So in that way, that's basically what we have centered all our puzzles around. And it was a surprisingly powerful tool. And one thing I was worried about when we created this was that it would feel much easier to play in multiplayer than in single player, because in single player then you need to create every mice yourself and get them into position if you need to climb up trees and be in position and make bridges, for example. And then you can switch between the mice and maybe, okay, I need to adjust the position of this shade here, and you jump between them and such. So it's for sure a slightly different experience than if you play multiplayer, because then you have several players that can instantly adjust and move around. But then you have the challenge of coordinating many people and being several people trying to figure out the solution of a puzzle. Then the challenge becomes something else, trying to work towards the same goal while someone is very eager and just wants to climb and do something, etc. So they have different difficulties when you're alone than you just decide everything.
The more mice, the more chaos.
Yeah,
that's the mayhem.
definitely.
Yeah.
That's how mice work. So I think that the difficulty worked pretty well with this. And also it's nice that you can create them wherever you are. So as the game also is a lot about traversal and moving fast through the world, you can just leave the shades behind and go off and then create new ones. You don't need to constantly maneuver 4 characters through the world. And the reason that this system works for our game is that everyone has the same abilities, always. So as you saw in the video, the abilities are that you can use your lasso, which is actually the tongue of your frog backpack. So you can use the tongue, lasso, to attach to attach points, which can be the foliage, dynamic objects, and also other mice, so other characters or shades. So you can move, as you see in this picture, you can move someone up. If someone is holding something, then you're pretty limited in your movement, and then you can pull them up. We also have remedies that you get from the quests, and these are also, everyone in the multiplayer session has access to the same remedies. So that means that we can always count on this set of abilities being available for every shade in the puzzle. And I think relating to the topic of designing for an uplifting and kind multiplayer, I think it's interesting to design a multiplayer where no one is required to do any certain action, which links to that everyone has the same abilities, because you can then choose what role you want to play in puzzles. So if you, for example, really don't like tricky traversal, you can opt out of that, and maybe your friend can step in and do the traversal parts, and you're like, oh, I'm just gonna like carry this egg across the bridges that you built for me. That's what I want to do. And if you maybe get stuck on something that's tricky, the other mice can step in and try out that without you passing the controller to them, for example. And with this, I think we have tried to design, I think this shapes opportunities for players to help each other if they choose to. So what I like to imagine, what I hope when the game comes out, is for parents and children to be able to play this together, and for the parent to be able to carry the child through some of the parts if it's tricky, or also if you play with your partner, for example, where it's pretty common in multiplayer, and like with split screen, for example, there's usually like maybe one who wants to play the game a bit more and like drag their friend or partner into it. So it's pretty common in split screen that you can have different skill sets. And we want to design so that you don't get this like a big spotlight shining on you, like, okay, now perform this jump perfectly. Instead, we want to give the option of how do you want to engage with the puzzle, which role do you want to take. And if you are playing with someone that you want to kind of introduce into games and show how awesome games can be, then you can also choose to help them and give them a better experience.
And just to add to that, sorry, but from the Unravel series, I think that was part of the kind of collaborative and supportive multiplayer co-op that we really saw, and that we took from that learning and just say, okay, how do we continue to build upon that in an open world?
Yeah, for sure. And another core principle we have is that we want the game to be kind, and thus we want the interactions to be kind, and we want the multiplayer to be kind. So the interactions that you have, they often feel nice. You can't hurt each other. So this is linked to uplifting interactions, as I like to think about them, where the player interactions, the verbs in the game, are designed around this sense of kindness. It can be mischievous. That also fits with the mice. We don't want it to be overly like sugar sweet. But for example, you can help a friend who's carrying something to get them higher up by attaching to them and move up. You can help each other climb high up as you act anchor point to each other. So someone climbs up and then you can attach to them and use them to swing up. And you can also, if you're climbing together and suddenly you fall because you were out of stamina, then you can like let out your tongue and hook on to your friend, and then they climb up and like, okay, now you're attached to me, but I will save you. And you can also, if you encounter heavy objects that you need to move, but you need to be several mice in order to move them. And all these actions, they look pretty cute when the mice do them, which is, I think, a big part in what people are excited about and what's worked with the community that we see so far. And I'm very interested in it because I also think it affects the role-playing that you do in your mind when you play the game. As always, if I play a game, especially if I play with others and I have the opportunity to like bonk them or hit them, then I start to like playing into that role of we are in conflict and like, haha, I gotcha, and that kind of feeling. And what we want to explore is how will the role playing that people do, both single player in their mind and together being these mice, and how they interact to each other, and try to shape it around these kind interactions. That being said, you can still like pull at each other, which is something people do immediately. So you can be slightly annoying with each other, but you can also shake them off. Yeah. One thing that was pretty tricky, though, that we realized a bit late, is that this shade system was a bit more powerful than we thought. So we were building puzzles that we were like, okay, they require 2 mice, like the one you see here. You pull up a little plank that otherwise fall down, and then your friend can get through. And we were like, okay, we designed it for two mice, so it's multiplayer puzzle. But as it's very easy to make a shade, even if you play 2-player or 3 players, and 1 player encountered this, then they will just make a shade and open it themselves, and it ended up becoming a single-player puzzle, which is a bit annoying. But it's also, I think it had to be that way a bit, because as you can imagine, as soon as you add more mice required for a puzzle, it ups the complexity of the puzzle, which affects the pacing of the game, and it would take more space since our puzzles are realistic looking. So if we would build it to need, okay, you need to be 4 mice to get in through this door, how would we do that? It becomes very much more complex.
And worth mentioning as well, I mean, the beauty of this is still that if you're playing 2 players, one of the other player can be on the other side of the map.
Yep.
So you can actually encounter this solo, solve it, and say, hey guys, come over here, we have a big puzzle here. Get over here, you can teleport to that mouse. So I think it's still a valid solution.
Yeah, but yeah, be warned, it's a powerful tool. One thing that I have taken away from working with Hella and the puzzles there is I think some of my favorite uses of these shades have been some player set goals that we have not provided. And as I said, all our puzzles are quite realistic. But when players set their own goals, they can be more silly, which can also be useful for puzzles. This example was from a pretty early playtest where Alex played with a 13-year-old, and she decided that she wanted to get this cart up to the rooftop. And it's a perfect puzzle for this because it's a very clear goal, but it's very hard to execute. And you can execute it in many different ways. So you can have some that scout the area, like walking around the house, like, okay, where should we start to get the boxcar up? Where should we position ourselves? Can someone be in the tree maybe? And like handing it over for each other so you don't fall down with it. And I think you played for quite a long time.
I think we sat for 30 minutes, but I think the reward of actually getting that up on that roof, where you should obviously not drive a cart down, but that was super happy. I mean, a good moment for sure.
Yeah. So I hope to see players set goals and see what mess they can create with our dynamic objects. Another surprising side effect, as you also saw in the video, is that these shades actually turned out that they can be checkpoints that you have control of completely on your own. So if you're going to climb a high tree and you are afraid that you might fall down, you can create a shade and just teleport back to that when you fall down. And I think this is actually addresses the problem of when you have an open world where you also don't die, we don't have fall damage. It's actually a lot more punishing often if you fall down a big canyon, because then you're suddenly at the bottom of the canyon and it's very hard to get up, and it would have been much nicer if you just died and could respawn at the start of the skill check. So with this, players can then, whenever they want, place checkpoints. It's kind of hard to wrap your head around though, so I expect some players to maybe never do it. But it's something that you can learn and feel like you progress, you learn this skill of thinking of yourself as 4, if you're playing single player, that is, and how to utilize that to make things efficient. But it's kind of hard to do that.
Perfect. No power.
Yay.
Technic.
Oh no.
Oh no. Ström. Ja.
What was my next slide gonna be?
I can tell you in a minute or so.
Maybe it was...
Let's see.
Yeah, I can have it here. Oh yeah, okay, so coming up in the next slide, we also, like, in order, now we had made this amazing shade system that made it possible for us to do complex puzzles, but we have a very overpowered, or like a very powerful character. The mouse can go anywhere. It can climb anywhere. It can swing in all the trees. It can glide through the air. So there were so many puzzles that we built. We were like, okay, we have this, now we're using the shades so that like you build a little bridge between the shade, and then you can regain your stamina when you stand on the bridge. Then you jump up, and then you do it again, and then you can like get up this super tall statue. Very like nice and complex puzzle. And then we place it in the world, and we're like, okay, we need to make sure there's nothing too high close by so that you can't just glide to the top. And then we do that, and then it's still like, okay, but there need to be trees somewhere because it's a forest. So then we
need to wait another second.
So then players can still like go 50 meters away and swing up a tree and like glide there. And yeah, we just had to embrace that and designing a lot around encouraging instead of enforcing, which was surprisingly hard. For level designers. I'm also level designer from before, so I have this urge of like, okay, but we enforce for the how we want them to play. But we ended up having to be like, yeah, okay, it's open. You can solve it how you want. And I have a little picture of a mouse that's behind cracks.
Nope.
Nope. But yeah, literally, like you're a mouse. You can get anywhere. Like you put up artists put up like some planks in a corner to make it pretty, and then it's like, okay, now it's a maze when you can climb between these little planks. So then, in order to be able to utilize this shade system, we ended up with something that's called rituals. Which is our way of enforcing gameplay while still keeping the realistic art style that we have. And rituals is basically you need to, we can put points in the world, and the player needs to be in all the points we put out as part of the puzzle for like a couple of seconds. So basically you need to find a way to exist in the middle of the air. For a couple of seconds. So then you can like do different constellations with the shades or other players. And you can also, we also did racing, so you could race between these as a way of addressing that. And that is getting to the end.
Poof. Got into a mouse over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
But so with all of this, as I said, the game is set to be released this year. So now you know our hopes of what we want to achieve with this design, and now it's just left to see how the players actually engage with this, and are they kind to each other? Or are they not?
And what are they going to do with both the shade systems and I mean the open world? Obviously, it's a non-linear game, so we're very looking forward to all the shenanigans that's going to go into it when people get hands on.
Yeah, and that was it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys. This is your chance to ask questions. So if you have any, please raise your hand. There's the first one over there. And a volunteer will come around with the mic. While we're getting the mic to you, our lovely speakers here traveled all the way from Umeå down here. And I don't know if you guys know, but up there they say, as a yes. So did you enjoy this talk? One more time. Did you enjoy this talk? Nice. Okay, I think he's got the mic. Go ahead.
Yes. So I have designed team building exercises and similar things before, and it makes me very happy. You have like this opt-out design. But I'm wondering, how do you balance, if you have a group of 4 players, for instance, who are all like experienced gamers, how do you balance that with somebody not feeling bored during a puzzle? Do you have like opt-in challenges for the opt-out path, or how do you handle this?
We have like a lot of the content is like quite optional. I think the playtime for like just playing the main game will be very different from playing everything there is. So we have about 97 of these ritual puzzles, for example. So with different difficult rating of how tricky they are. So you will be able to choose like, okay, do we want to tackle one that's the hardest difficulty and like really try to figure out how to do it, or do we want to like take some of the easier ones? But for sure, it's been a bit of a struggle to have all the 4 different interactions in a puzzle be equally interesting. And for example, sometimes you end up just being like, okay, I'm just standing here and holding this thing and telling you to like do this now. But that's why I think it pans out, because you can choose. You will not be forced into that situation all the time. You can choose where you want to be. But if you're being bullied into always having that position, maybe that's hard.
Gotcha. Are there any other questions? Right at the top there with the cap, and then another one closer by in front of the PA system. The gentleman over there.
Here's
I think they were being Swedish and like, you go, no, you go, no, you go, no, you go.
Here's one of the rituals, for example, where you need to be in a place, like make a constellation to hold them.
Hello, my name is Aron. I have a question regarding the shades. If I leave my shade into a tree and I walk to the other end of the forest, am I able to fast travel back, so to speak?
Yes, which is pretty cool.
That's amazing. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
So they also work as fast travel points, actually. You can leave, and I think you will be, you can maybe speed run it in interesting ways if you're smart with this.
Short and sweet. Another question there.
Hi, hello. Thanks for the talk. It seems that it's really good night. I hear myself. It's really hard. It seems like a good game. I'll definitely try it out. I wanted to ask because there are 2 games in VR. There's Moss that is about a mouse with a backpack. And Last Clockwinder that has a mechanic of recording yourself to solve puzzles and progress the game. Were those games kind of inspiration when making your game? Or like this is the first time you hear about it?
I knew about Moss. I didn't know about the other one that sounded more similar to what we're doing. But I think I don't think we looked at Moss. We just knew we knew that we wanted to make something in this kind of northern Sweden forest, and to have the sense of awe when being in the forest. So it made a lot of sense to be small, because then you get this sense of wonder quite directly.
Yeah. And again, I mean, everybody needs a grapple hook, right? So how do we get that and to latch on and make that magic backpack that actually started out as a kind of a joke, but a cute joke when we started designing it. Yeah. So I think the traversal, again, it's nice to have a magic backpack.
Well, it's clearly a completely different game.
100%.
Just wondering. So also when you progress during the game, there are more mechanics being introduced that you keep until the end of the game, or is it like it takes 2 where you give some specific tools and then you take them away during the next stage?
You will keep them throughout the game, so you get remedies from completing the main quests in the game, which grants you an ability when you hold it.
But there's also abilities that you learn from the kind of forest animals, like double jump and glide, right? So you progress your powers, so to speak, throughout the game, but then
and they also stay. They stay with
yeah,
you.
for sure. And as I think Amanda pointed out earlier as well, that if you join a multiplayer session, you will instantly get all the things that was locked from the host, unlocked from the host, so that you're always on a level playing field. Otherwise, that would be pretty dull to not have all the abilities or any abilities.
Yeah, someone just glides away and like,
yeah,
I will
bye.
run
I need
here
to run now. Yeah.
All right, I think that's it for time. Thank you so much, Amanda and Alexander. And before I ask you to clap for them, this is their first talk at Nordic Game and both their first times here. So give it a round of applause for them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Recline modes to choose from, one for every part of your day. This one, that's your recovery mode. Turn on Omni Switch. Take a moment to relax and reset.
Underground electric. 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 Underground electric.
So, you made an extraordinary game, but nobody found it. Fixing this means rebuilding discovery from the foundation and up. We're already collecting and structuring all data and descriptions of your games. You can make them even better and richer, and then own it all.
Our private AI agents use this refined data to help players find games they love across the industry. From AAA Top 10 to indie heroes to Surprise Me. We give control back to creators and bring adventure back for fans. We are Source of Truth. We are live.
Hello again. Now, the next speaker and I used to work together. I was the producer at the studio, and he was the CEO. And I really mean it from the bottom of my heart when I read the following words to you. He believes that strong teams are built on trust, candor, and shared responsibility. And this talk will explore what that actually looks like in practice the Nordic leadership dynamics of creative consensus, how teams align perspectives, and how they resolve conflict, but also how all of this ultimately make teams better. Not really how they avoid disagreement, but how they move through it. And if you want to get a question in after, here's a little tip. He likes candy, so grab some and maybe you can bribe him to get another question in at the lobby. So please put your hands together and welcome Martin Waldfuss.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be back at Nordic Game. And this talk is The Art of Creative Consensus, so the Nordic way of finding magic together. And I'm going to share some of my experiences from 30 years almost making games and leading game companies in the Nordics. But before we start, and maybe can we get some more light on the audience? Thank you. So before we start, just curious, how many here are game developers? Great. And how many of you are game developers in the Nordics? So about the same. So how many of you are game developers not from the Nordics? Just a few. All right. Well, I'm very curious about your guys' take, especially about my thoughts and experiences here, and to hear about your experiences in your countries. All right. So the question that I'm asked quite often over the decades is, why are Nordic game companies so successful? So investors and publishers and journalists tend to ask that. And it is a fair question to ask, because in the Nordics, we have over the last decade or so created some absolutely amazing games. And really in every genre, in every business model, on every platform, and from tiny studios to big behemoths. And we are a region of just 27 million people. So we're smaller than California. We're actually smaller than Tokyo in terms of number of people. So there's no question that we are punching above our weight. And apologies for being in bragging mode, but of course I'm very proud of what we have done in the Nordics. And if we look at Sweden specifically, you might have seen this data, at least I hope everyone in Sweden has. But last year, 20% of the revenue on Steam came from games developed in Sweden, which is, it is absolutely crazy. So a few words about me, Martin Waldfuss, born and raised in Sweden to Polish parents, and I founded a few different game companies throughout the years. Straight out of university, I founded Massive Entertainment back in 1997, which was then acquired by Ubisoft in 2008. About 10 years ago, I moved more into being an investor and a board professional as part of Egmont Nordic Games, and we invested about 300 million euros in various game companies across Europe. And most recently, I was the CEO of Thunderful Group, a publicly listed publisher that was recently acquired by Atari. So I am right now, I realized yesterday that I am not, right now on a sabbatical. I have tried to figure out how to label where I am right now. I'm a sabbatical, I'm vibe coding, I'm having more fun than I've had in a long time. Also writing some articles and essays on a Substack called Connecting the Pixels. So the question of Nordic success has been teasing me for a long time. Anyone in the audience want to give it a go? No one dares. All right. Well, we'll see what you think about my thoughts. But before I share my own thinking on this, let me go through some other takes on this question. I'm going to start with a good friend of mine and a former colleague, an industry veteran, David Polfelt. He explored this question a good decade ago, and his talk is on YouTube. And you can scan the QR code to see it. I can absolutely highly recommend it. So at DICE 2013, he gave a keynote that he called Swedish Dev Culture, and he was then the managing director of Massive. And he concluded on 7 principles And the picture this principle paints is, in Swedish studios specifically, that the work itself is sacred, and the titles are not important. Hierarchy is not important, and not who has been at the studio the longest. Really, the project is really your boss. And respect really only comes from the quality that you produce and that you ship and that you deliver. And also on the topic of quality, it's something that everyone really obsesses about, typically in Swedish and Nordic studios. And this is from 2013. I still believe that this is very much the case in my experience from Nordic game development. But his framework and principles here is only one view on this question, so let me show you another. This is Erin Meyer. She's an author and a researcher, and about 10 years ago she wrote a book called The Culture Map, where she explored the differences in work cultures from the academic and comparative research angle. And this had nothing to do with the games industry specifically, but she identified 8 dimensions where teams consistently behave different across various cultures. So it's about how we communicate, how we give feedback, how we lead, how we disagree, how we decide, and so on. So for each dimension, she plotted dozens of countries based on years of interview data. So what is interesting is that the patterns she found are very consistent, so they are measurable. So it really predicts where teams will clash and where they will click across different cultures. And what is interesting is that the Nordic culture, work culture, is different than most other countries and regions. So I don't know if you can see this. This is a part of her research, this is a part of her graph. And this graph focuses on leading and deciding. So at the top, it's top-down versus consensual leading. And then on the left side, you have egalitarian or hierarchical deciding. Or actually, it's this, yeah, that doesn't matter. But what's interesting is that at the bottom left, we see Denmark, Norway, Sweden, which are the Nordic countries that were a part of her research. And we're all sort of clustered together in the consensual and egalitarian corner here, together with Netherlands. Anyone here from Netherlands? No, right. So one more piece that I think at least the Scandinavians, the Swedes, the Danes in here will appreciate. The law of Jante, it's something that we jokingly take up quite often. You shall not believe that you are anything special or that you are better than us. And in my research and preparing this presentation, I didn't actually realize that this comes from a novel that is almost 100 years old, a Danish novel by Axel Sandemose. Where he sort of coined Jantelagen, which really is, it really explains why many Nordic teams sort of default to collective ownership instead of individual stardom. And then, of course, in this day and age, we, of course, need to ask the same question to AI. So what did Gemini say? So, well, I don't know if you can see it, but early tech access, the demo scene culture, social safety nets, cold winters, dark nights, small local markets, all of this is absolutely a part of the reason I believe that we're doing games in maybe a different way. But what is missing from the AI take is that none of these points really describe what the teams do together. They are sort of just describing what the underlying foundation is. So how do decisions get made? How are disagreements resolved? And how do 100 creative people end up collaborating successfully? So let's talk about that next. So the art of creative consensus. And my experience from consensus culture obviously comes from making games in Sweden primarily. And then I've seen teams all across the Nordics. And to be honest, the word consensus for many years didn't really sit right with me. I don't know what you guys think, but for some people at least, it's something negative, the word consensus. It's slow, weak, compromise, watered down decisions, wishy-washy leadership, avoiding accountability. And I don't know if I see some people nodding. Would anyone agree when you hear this word? Right, I can't see if you're shaking. All right, good. But I believe consensus can be all of these things, but that is when consensus is done badly. So if we look at the etymology of the word, so it comes from Latin, it comes from the word consentire, if I don't know how it's pronounced in Latin, which really means to feel together or to think together. So it doesn't really originally mean that we all compromised on the least offensive outcome. It means that we thought together before we decided. And I think that is the power of consensus. So why does this matter for game development specifically? Well, game development is not the process of executing a predefined plan. As a friend of mine put it, game development is really the process of moving from uncertainty to certainty. So you start in a fog, and you don't know what if the game design will work, and everything is really a hypothesis. And you can't really decide your way through that. You have to learn your way through that. So in my view, consensus culture is how teams are organized to learn together. It's not collective agreement, it's collective understanding. And I think that is a reason why consensus-led cultures are especially good for creative endeavors and creative challenges. We're going from misunderstanding to understanding as efficiently and painlessly as possible is critical to creative success. So how are actually game teams composed? What do teams really look like in the room? Well, when I think about creative teams, and this is a big simplification, but I really see two kinds of shapes. We have the squares, which are the sort of square engineers, the technical leads, the systems thinker. They bring logic and rigor, and they build a frame. And then we have the circles, the round, the designers, the artists, the writers. They sort of bring their intuition and vibe and tone, and in some ways they fill the frame with meaning. And typically, of course, teams have both. So what is interesting is what happens between them. And squares and circles oftentimes have a really hard time understanding each other. So I believe that the magic of game development happens when the squares and circles meet and clash and have constructive and creative friction. And that is often what leads to the best solutions. So when a designer realizes that by changing a little bit in their design, the engineers can actually ship 90% of what the designer needed, but in 10% of the time. And no one has really given up anything that matters. So these are moments that a healthy consensus culture produces, where there really is an implicit respect and curiosity between these types of people, and understanding how each side actually thinks. That is a big part of magic in game creation, in my view. So how do good teams make this happen over and over again? So that is what I call the sort of the framework of the art of creative consensus. And there are a few patterns that emerge across this. So each pattern is a practice. It is something that if you're not doing it already, it's something that you can try next week when you come back to your teams. But it really requires the underlying respect and understanding between the squares and the circles. Before I continue, to be clear, this is not the answer to every creative challenge. And of course, great games are created all over the world. So this is just one approach of how I believe that great games are created. And also, if you look at modern organizational science, you will see that these patterns are reflected in many leadership principles and many different work cultures. So it's not unique to the Nordics. But what I think makes the Nordics fascinating and very lucky is that this cultural baseline of the flat hierarchy, of the egalitarian mindset, and the comfort with direct debate has led us to more easily adapt to these patterns in our organizations. So let's walk through them one by one. Always playable, pattern one. So picture the moment, you're 6 months into a project, the build is rough, the art is placeholder, the combat loop kind of works but doesn't really quite feel right, and the whole thing is quite embarrassing. So what do? Do you polish it for 2 months more, or do you ship it to a playtest tomorrow? And of course, I believe that the answer is obvious. Early and continuous playtesting is actually the closest thing to a silver bullet that I believe we have in this industry. And the first time I experienced this was almost 20 years ago. Well, actually it is 20 years ago now, when we were working at Massive on the project World in Conflict. And we had one rule from the start of the project was exactly this: the game must always be playable. So within a few months of the project, we had the game running, and then we held weekly playtests, and almost always with external playtesters. So every week we got a report, or we watched the playtesters test, and in that way we actually faced the truth of what we had actually made. It wasn't about opinions within the design team and the development team, and it wasn't about the most senior or loudest voice winning. It was really what are we getting out of the playtests. So with a playable build, you look at what actually happens on the screen, and that observation is what leads to true learning and true progress in game development. Next up is pattern 2. How do you lead in a consensus culture? Well, I think leaders are definitely still needed in a consensus culture, but they need to move through 3 different modes of leadership. So leadership mode 1, as the facilitator, the leader has to ask and listen and make space for the discussion, the debate, really what we think about maybe when we say consensus, and make sure also that every voice has a chance to speak up. And I think most days this is what consensus leadership looks like. You're keeping the room productive and ensuring that not only the senior voices are heard. Leadership mode 2 is being the synthesizer. So you have been listening, and oftentimes, or at least sometimes in consensus cultures, the team can just be circling around an idea, but no one is really moving forward to trying to make a decision and getting somewhere. So that's leadership mode 2. You want to synthesize and identify patterns and sort of guide the team into realizing that, hold on, maybe you're starting to be closer to a solution. And when facilitating and synthesizing really works well together as a leader, that's when teams really find direction together. That's the best way of finding direction together. And I have to be honest with you, I don't know if there is anyone in the room who has worked with me before, but I've often failed at both being a facilitator and a synthesizer. I'm learning still over the years to be a better coach and not just a directive boss. But it can be extremely powerful as a leader if you can see the team making decisions where everyone feels that they own the decision and are part of making the decision. But of course, the third leadership mode is when you are the decider. If you just don't have the time, or the team is just circling around and not getting anywhere, then you can't resign your leadership responsibilities. You still have to step in and make a decision. All right, so the third pattern, disagree and commit, and some of you have maybe heard it before. It's a phrase popularized really in sort of Silicon Valley giants, Intel, Amazon talk about this. And I think actually in those cultures, it can often mean that the executive has made a decision, so stop complaining and do your job. But in a flat consensual culture, disagree and commit is not really supposed to be your boss telling you can disagree, but you just have to do it. It really comes out of realizing that we have argued hard together, and every voice was listened to, and every concern was weighed. And even if the sort of decision landed on something that I personally didn't want, I still respect the process and I respect the intelligence of the team, and I will do my best to work 100% to make this, whatever was decided, to make it work. So it's really a sort of an exit ramp from debate. This is the way to just get going and make sure, all right, this is the decision we made. One more thing to say about this, though. as new evidence emerges, especially through playtests, you absolutely should be prepared to revisit previous decisions if you realize that they're not making sense anymore. Yes. All right, so the final pattern, number 4, name the elephant early. So the elephant in the room. So you're 6 months into a project and something doesn't feel right and the core loop isn't great and the vibe is off, and what do? And the instinct, and not least actually too often in Nordic culture and maybe consensus-driven culture, might be to wait and just realize, oh, we need more data, or someone else will speak up. But that is exactly what you shouldn't do in a proper consensus-driven culture. You should speak up and say it now. And even if you don't have proof, even if you might be wrong, I think the most dangerous mode of consensus is, at the bottom here, sort of polite consensus, where everyone is just nodding and thinking, yeah, it will probably be good. No, speak up, yell. So it's not about being difficult, naming the elephant. It's about respecting the team and the progress and the project to make sure that your feeling becomes a shared question. And then the team can debate and maybe design a playtest to figure out if your feeling is actually something that is visible in playtests. All right, so again, you've heard me talk about consensus and as part of a very good thing. Of course, consensus can be done badly, the curse of consensus. And there are 3 very clear failure modes. So drift, when consensus just never resolves, when the teams just circle, as we talked about. And again, that's when the leader needs to step in and become the decider. And then conflict avoidance. Again, when politeness eats honesty, when you sort of have polite agreement, but people aren't really agreeing. And the solution to that one is naming the elephant and not waiting for permission, just saying it. And then, of course, diluted accountability. And maybe this is the one that is the obvious one when you think about consensus, is like, oh, okay, but if we should all agree, it means no one has agreed, no one has decided. But again, you still need a leader. You still need someone who decides. So, or decides when needed. And if the decisions that were made through consensus, or if the leader stepped in and decided, if they were the wrong decisions, it's still the leader who has the responsibility. So the accountability still resides with the leader. But a good leader in this culture needs to be able to get the team to find the consensus where possible and find the best solutions together. So creative consensus is hard, and it requires sort of deliberate care. But when it works, as I've seen it done, and I think, again, some game developers in the Nordics are amazing at this approach, it just creates magic. So I'm going to end with a story also from my days at Massive 20 years ago. We were working with a publisher on a major project, and every 6 months they sent a report where they had done a focus group where 8 to 12 people had looked at our game or played our game, and then we got a 30-page report from the publisher. And in some ways, each report came with the same note from the publisher's executives. Basically, here's what's wrong with your game, go fix it. And that is, of course, a very frustrating report to get, trusting sort of our creative direction to what 12 people in a focus group think once every 6 months. So it didn't really feel right. And the solution that we realized was to build our own user research lab. And as I said earlier, do our own testing on a weekly basis. So the next time the publisher sent their report to us, we sent 25 reports back to them and said, we got this. We have a better grasp of what's right and wrong with this game than your focus group every 6 months does. And it really worked. So the executives stopped weaponizing that focus group against us, and they really learned that they can trust our ability to challenge our own work and our own decisions. So playtesting, we realized, was really the best design tool that we had. And every week, the team had to face the facts in terms of a playtest, and not the theory or whatever opinions the designers or other people had. So that's where Always Playable comes from. What it meant is that everyone ended up focusing on the player experience and how to use the test data and combine it with our own design ideas of how to improve for the future. So I believe playtesting, and those of you who might have heard me before or who know me, this is something I've been talking about for 20 years. As I said before, playtesting is the one silver bullet this industry has, if any. And if you're a game designer or developer and you're afraid of doing playtesting, you're wrong. It can be painful, but that pain is what creates better games and makes sure that you get the input you need to make the right decisions for your game for the future. That was my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Martin. All right, the floor is open for questions. If you have a question for Martin, you know the drill. Raise your hand and a volunteer will come by with a mic. Any questions? Oh, one over here. And then the gentleman with a, I think it's beige or brown t-shirt. Yes.
Hello, I'm Risto. Thank you for the speech. Sorry, my voice is a little bit damp for some reason. Of course, consensus is about the team and the leader, but what about if the leader is a bag of dicks?
Ooh.
Yes.
That's one way to put it. Yes, Martin.
The answer is very simple. I mean, again, consensus culture, it requires care, and it's not something that just automatically comes. So if you have a bad leader, or whoever is not the right person wherever they are in the team, consensus culture is not going to solve that. You need to have people who are genuinely want to understand each other and respect each other. Yes.
Thank you so much. Over you there, sir.
Martin, thank you for your talk. I'm coming from the playtest unit and user experience research.
Yeah.
Just want to get your thoughts on AI and playtesting. Good idea. Where are we now? What can we do?
Well, first of all, I think what's happening with AI is, extremely interesting, and of course...
Tread carefully.
Yes, I know. I was going to say, and also a bit scary. But I think, I'm sure actually AI can be used for playtesting in some way. I haven't figured out how. But as long as the end user of your game is a human, I think playtesting should be sort of the game feel playtesting should be done by humans. And then, of course, so this is what I mean by playtesting. Then there are many other forms of testing and quality assurance in game development, and that's where oftentimes AI already now can step in and do a pretty decent job. But if your end user is an actual human, make sure to playtest with the type of being that your end user is.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions? Yes, over here.
Thank you, Martin. I had to ask a question. Now, it's actually on the consensus cultural specification of Nordics. How do you integrate this in an international team? So how do you bring, people who are coming from a very hierarchical culture, Eastern Europe maybe actually, or other?
Yes. All across the world, different cultures work differently. So, I think there is definitely a clash. And again, if someone has moved to the Nordics from elsewhere and what that clash was. But what I've heard from people I've talked to is that there is a cultural clash. And I think we need to, as a Nordic studio, wherever you are, whatever work culture you have to try to instill that in your new hires, wherever they are from. So, I mean, that's the easy answer. Then actually doing it is harder. But again, I do want to say, I mean, we're bragging about the Nordics here and how good we are. Consensus culture or this kind of approach isn't just for the Nordics. I think again, like I said, we're lucky that it comes easier for us. But I think this is used in many organizations all over the world. I don't know if anyone has read Creativity Inc. About Pixar. by one of the founders and CEO, Ed Catmull. Amazing book. It's 10 plus years old, and they're not using the word consensus. I think even they wouldn't agree using the word consensus, but many of the learnings in that book, I think, are exactly what comes very easy for us in the Nordics.
Thank you. And I think this gentleman over here had a question first, and then we'll go to you, sir.
Hello. It was a really good talk, and I actually agree on every point, but I've asked this question from other people as well. What you're describing is basically having very passionate, very motivated people with a very good work culture. What if, for example, as the gentleman behind me just told me, the work culture is not like egalitarian or very flat, and they come from another country? Or when you're hiring people and you want to hire or make a environment of creative consensus, how do you filter people, basically, to make sure that you are even able to have this kind of perfect working environment?
Yes, very good question. And again, I think I'm not answering how you make it work. What I've done, I've made it work myself in the past, and I've seen it elsewhere. But what I've tried to identify is, what is it that works when it works? So I think, again, one part of sort of initial part of the answer is to talk about your work culture very explicitly, and using consensus culture or whatever words and framing you want to use on it, but figure it out. What is your culture? And then for every new hire, I mean, we talk about when hiring, we talk about core values and we talk about culture, but in some ways, and I'm a big fan of that. You want people on your team who share your core values, but I also think you need to talk about your explicit work culture and work method, and see if the people you're hiring fit that.
Cool. Thank you so much. In the interest of time and fairness, we're just going to take the other gentleman over there. Yes.
Thanks, Martin. I worked for many years at a big Nordic developer.
Yep.
And one thing I noticed was that lots of my former colleagues took too much responsibility on and began to burn out with stress. And I wanted to know your thoughts on flat hierarchies and unclear job roles and unclear, like, who's my boss? You know, is my boss my lead, or is my boss my producer? And how flat hierarchy can affect stress in the workplace.
Very good point. And my answer is that the hierarchy shouldn't be flat. You still have a hierarchy. You still have a boss or a leader. You still have someone who decides if they need to step in. So if in that organization that didn't happen, then I think there was a different problem than trying to be, if that's what they were, trying to be a consensus culture. So consensus culture still needs the decision maker. It needs HR. It needs people taking care of the people in the organization. Absolutely. So flat hierarchy is not, it comes naturally to us in the Nordics, but I'm not a believer in just having a flat hierarchy. We still need people deciding and people taking responsibility for supporting and helping.
Before we wrap up, I'm going to pose a question to you, Martin. What if you have a team or a studio on the ground that is working with consensus culture, feeling like everything's going well, but you have management or upper management who aren't listening and aren't, part of the consensus, so to speak, and no matter how much they explain their product or their ideas or whatever, it's like, nope, this is what we're going and this is the vision that we're going. And ultimately how that affects the product and the team then when the people up top are so disconnected from the product itself.
Yes. Well, that's when you send them the 25 reports.
Okay.
And tell them that you know better than they.
Gotcha. It's also very risky to do that, though, because they're the same people who are in charge of your job.
Well, absolutely. But, I mean, that risk you have, regardless of how you work, you always have that risk.
It's true.
But if you actually do play testing and get the reports and sort of navigate the uncertainty...
Hopefully they listen.
Yes.
Gotcha. On that note, thank you so much, Martin Veldfits. You can read more about his Substack as well on LinkedIn and give him a follow there as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Martin.
Thank you for listening.
the Stone Age.
So, you made an extraordinary game, but nobody found it. Fixing this means rebuilding discovery from the foundation and up. We're already collecting and structuring all data and descriptions of your games. You can make them even better and richer, and then own it all. Our private AI agents use this refined data to help players find games they love across the industry. From AAA top 10 to indie heroes to Surprise Me. We give control back to creators and bring adventure back for fans. We are Source of Truth. We are live.
All right, from one Martin to another, but this one is asking, how do you grow a simulator franchise into a global multi-audience ecosystem? What are the marketing, creator, and community strategies that took a niche title and turned it into one of gaming's most devoted fan bases? With Farming Simulator as his case study, Martin Rabel, the head of marketing and PR, will dive into this a little bit more. We were just chatting off stage, and I realized that the entire series has sold more than 40 million since 2008. For a farming simulator, like, what the heck? But here to make me understand a little bit more and hopefully bring you some clarity too, please welcome Martin Rabel.
Yeah. Hi. Thanks. Welcome to my talk. Like she already said, today it's about marketing Farming Simulator, cultivating a loyal fan base, and I want to give you some insights into how we grew Farming Simulator from a niche game with a passionate fan base to a well-known game with millions of players, dedicated creator network, and professional brand partners. And I have to say that talk is most likely less fact-based and KPI-based. It's more inspirational. And walking around today here, I saw like a lot of smaller studios. I also talked to a lot of people, and there were a lot of great ideas. And maybe the best thing I can start with here with Farming Simulator is I just checked with our founders again that when their first game came out in 2008, there were actually 2 employees of Giant Software. And in total, probably like 10 people working on the game. Now we're around 100. And yeah, like mentioned, we've sold over 40 million copies of the game since then. But let's start with the most important thing. I haven't been around since the start. So I came in later. My name is Martin Rabel, like I said. I'm the head of marketing and PR. I started in 2015, so now it's like more than 50% of the time that the game has been around. I work for Giant Software. My roots are in community management. I started as a community manager for an online role-playing game. Maybe some of you know it. It's City of Heroes, superhero game. Superheroes were my thing back then, so I started working on that. I worked for NCSoft in Brighton. And what I realized when I played and worked for City of Heroes was, especially an online role-playing game, people, they finished the game. They went through it. They got max level. They still continued playing. They stuck around with the game because they made connections in the game. They made friends in the game. They also made connections with developers or like they were developing the game together with us. And that mindset stayed with me. When I arrived at Giant Software, we sat together and we said, hey, let's continue from here. The game is already doing great, but good marketing is about an actual dialogue with the players, and not just about visibility, reach, people buy the game, and then you just don't communicate with them anymore. But most importantly also is like, that when I arrived there, we said, let's look at the numbers. The last version, Farming Simulator 25, launched in November 2024, and we already sold over 4 million units. And going back to when I worked at NCSoft, I remember the time when I looked at the charts because I was German community manager. And I always took the German charts. The first game came out only in German-speaking countries. And then there was the number one, Farming Simulator. And I was like, what's this about? What is a Farming Simulator doing in number one charts in Germany? And I would have never thought that a few years later I actually worked for that game. And I had to learn a lot. But yeah, now we're here. The series sold over 40 million copies. The game is a global success, I would say. It's available in 165 countries, localized in 20 plus languages. And we've reached that with a few activities that we brought the community together. And the first thing I did when I arrived there was also try, well, aside from learning a lot about farming, actually, because I have to admit, I didn't really have a big farming background. I grew up on the countryside. I knew how a tractor looks like, but I would ruin any farm that I would just start working on it. So I had to dive in there. They gave me a big book from some farming university, and I gave up. It's so much stuff in there that you have to know. Total respect, like what farmers have to know to actually run a farm. And that's also something we try to recreate in the game. But I was also wondering, who's playing the game? Like back then, when I looked at the charts, I was like, who is playing that game? Why are so many people playing that? And it's a question that followed me around. I was community manager and also doing marketing. I gave interviews, and one question that always came up was, who's playing the game? Why are so many people playing your game? And are farmers playing the game? I'm like, yeah, of course farmers do play the game. It's a farming simulator, but why do farmers play the game? That was the next question. It's their job. And then I was like, well, playing football is a job. Football players play FIFA or now EAFC. Then pilots play Flight Simulator. Not sure if plumbers play Super Mario, but you get what I mean. It's like soldiers play Battlefield. So there's so much where you say, just because the job doesn't mean they don't play the game. And what people often don't understand is farmers, they have a passion. They have a passion for that job. And that's why they also want that job to be represented in the game well. But there aren't so many farmers around that, that it would be number one in the charts. So other people also have to play that game. And there are so many content creators, modders, I get to that. Kids are playing our game. Parents love our game because it's relatively peaceful. And a lot of casual players just hang out and play our game as well. So the audience is actually quite more diverse than you think, which also makes marketing sometimes a bit tricky because we have so many areas where you could dive into, but we stick to the core ones. So who were the core pillars? Well, we identified 3 core pillars, and these were the farmers, the modders, and the influencers. The farmers were the low-hanging fruit, of course. Each of them had different expectations, but the farmers, they wanted realism, authenticity. They wanted to know how are things represented. They wanted everything be as close to real life as possible. Modders, they wanted every tool for their creativity. They wanted to know how do things work? Script documentation. What functions can I actually use? And what's coming next, for example, was also a question that I always got asked by modders because they wanted to create things that weren't in the game, but they also didn't want to spend like 6 months working on a mod that we release a month later, or so, for example. So it was tricky to work with them, but I got around. I was not the modding expert. I always had to ask the developers, but that was like the pipeline that we created later. And the influences. That was actually something where I could dive in relatively quickly. I also had a bit of a YouTube background, not that much. I think my most successful video was me playing FIFA with a dog collar around my neck, and it punished me every time I screamed at the TV, which was quite often. But at least I could talk to the influencers and understand what they were looking for. And they were, of course, looking for exclusive content, things that others haven't shown yet. These were mostly like the bigger YouTubers with the argument like, I'm bigger than the other YouTubers, so give me exclusive content. They wanted early access so that they could prepare things. They wanted just to be seen and also like grow with us. So there were a lot of things that we could do with them. But what did we do for them? The farmers, yeah, that is, like I said, they love that job. And the first rule we introduced was we always treat them with respect. Of course, it's a simulation game. But with my first interviews that I gave, I also noticed that there were the tone and the questions was often a bit dismissive, I would say. It was borderline to these people dig in shit during the day. Why would they just play the game in the evening? And I was like, no, it's. I remember that book that I got. I was like, you know what these people need to know to actually do that job? You wouldn't be able to do the job just by sitting on a tractor. And this is something that like we need, we treat them with respect because it's a really tough job. And they would realize immediately if we make a game that is like mocking their profession. And luckily, a lot of our developers, they came from a farming background. So they naturally just did that. They wanted to create a game that is just as close to realism, as close to the real farming as possible, but while still being fun. Super important for them are also the real brands. So when the game started, we did have a few brands in the game already. Now we have over 150 licensed partners and over 400 machines that actually exist like in real life. It's also a tricky task to keep track of all that. With every new version that we bring out, we also need to make sure that we, kind of go higher. There's no going back. We can't say the next version is only half as many as before. So we need to stay on top there and also acquire new brands, for example. Authenticity is also really important. It's like we need to make sure that we understand what's going on, that we also don't fake it. We can't we need actual experts in farming to actually create that game. I mentioned that farmers are also really interested in like all these stats and details, and something that really like excited them, and something that I can't really say, like because there's something that for like 8 years now we do, like with every DLC we come up with fact sheets. So it's like instead of just screenshots in advance, we create fact sheets with the tractors that are coming out, the machines, like the plows that are coming out, and like the detailed facts like horsepower, power needed to draw the plow, and so. And that had a positive side effect. The players knew in advance what they were getting. They could prepare the setting already when they start. They could see what they're going to play. On the other hand, it also forced our developers to think about that earlier, and then we could spot like things that were wrong. So it was also kind of a quality check. And the industry ties and communication, like I mentioned, we have licensed partners but we also need other support in the industry, like agricultural events where we go there. We work with them to release tractors the same time as they come out in real life. So sometimes we even have like simultaneous launches, really. Like we get access to their data before, and when I think one of the biggest one was the Echo Ideal Harvester, the black one that came out. We worked with them for like over a year to actually get the machine in the game at the same day it comes out in real life. And yeah, we also do player polls and surveys where we try to find out what they want. Sometimes we lure them in the right direction with things we're already working on, to be honest. But you get like then the order where they want to know what's coming. The modders, like I said, these were the ones that I had a bit problems with communicating, because the technical side of the game was not that much mine, but we set up a communication pipeline. Script documentation was a goal to actually provide everything like on day one when the game comes out, that people can start creating the mods early on. The official modding tutorials, they are coming now with the game. So you have like videos that explain to you how to create your mods, because that's something we really want to support. Like from the very first version of Farming Simulator 2008, when it came out, already supported modding. And we were also the first ones, I think, on PlayStation that supported mods. On Xbox, someone beat us. And actually, we also now have mods on Nintendo Switch too. So we are really heavily into that, and it really helps on like prolonging like the lifetime of the game, because people start playing it, they get bored after a while of the content, but they can create new content. The farmers, they continue playing, but they can also add like the new stuff in there, the favorite tractor that it didn't have before, for example. Something that was also really successful were the official mod contests that we did. The modding teams, they have the competitions, like they like what they want to create, and we support that too at some point with like official mod contests. And something great that actually came out of that was for one of the mod contests, we gave them the opportunity that we basically sign up their ideas and they could expand the mod and make it into an extra official DLC, which we also published. And that was a good opportunity for them. It was a great lesson for us too. We worked with some teams, others we knew that, okay, a bit more professional attitude would be better. But that was something that was really well received in the community. And we also have the official mod hub. We really went like a step further when we were talking about supporting mods, because for modders it's also important to actually distribute the mods. How do people actually access the mods? And in the beginning, the mods were just distributed somewhere on some websites, third-party sites, ads. You didn't know what you're downloading. They weren't fact-checked or checked for viruses, nothing. And then for Farming Simulator 15, we launched the mod hub for the first time, and it was a website only, so it just existed like in the browser. Since Farming Simulator 17, it's integrated in the game directly, and you can just go to a section in the menu, there's mods, and you can just download the mods there. The good thing for the players is it's like official. Modders, they have to send in the mods. We check them with our QA. We also check if they are able to run on consoles, because not every mod is able to run on consoles. You got support for the modders. They can ask if there's something not working, what do we have to do to actually get it working. There's a rating system. Players can rate their mods. We also have physical awards. I show more about that later. And interesting for the modders, of course, there's also monetary rewards. So we build a system where we track the number of downloads, And if you reach a certain number of downloads, you get a certain amount of money as a modder to a bank account. If you want to do something good, you can also select a charity where the money goes to, and then we double that amount. And since the Mod Hub launched in 2015, we had over 4.5 billion mod downloads through the Mod Hub. So that was actually 4.5 last year, so updated the number. So it's growing strong. The influencers, you might also have some contact with them on a regular basis. Like for me, they're most high maintenance in the beginning because they had so many questions, and everyone wanted to be treated special, kind of. But I said, we're not treating anyone really special. We try to treat you equally, but again, with respect. And we noticed that the press was at that point almost a bit, neglecting us a bit. So there were some articles, but usually just around game launch, for example. But the influencers, they were just creating content all the time. So it's like, we treat you like press. So we established a distribution list where they got every press release that we send out, and others ignored, but they didn't ignore them. They made content out of it. Every tractor was important for them. Every small plow that we put in the game was important. They made videos out of them. And we also established a fair communication rule. We put everyone on the same date, which didn't work anymore later, I would say, but I come to that. We do an early access program that, similar to press before, we said, hey, 4 or 5 days before the new DLC comes out, before the new game comes out, some of our loyal influencers who signed up for the program, they're going to get early access. And there are joint growth opportunities. So the philosophy was that, Farming Simulator grows. Hopefully the content creators channel also grows. We try to grow together. Everyone wins. And there are actually stories where I say like Farming Simulator exclusive content creators who only do Farming Simulator. In 2015, when I joined, they had 20,000 followers. Some of them have 300,000 now. A few quit the normal job. They now only play Farming Simulator, earn money from that, and they can basically live from that content. So that's kind of a hand-in-hand thing. We grew, they also grew. So there's also kind of a loyalty thing going there. We have a dedicated partner Discord in our partner program, so that we have people that are always available for our content creators, and that all kind of evolved into the partner program that we're doing. The partner program is our own, website that we programmed, where you can sign up with minimum requirements. So there's not that much, a few thousand followers, and then you can sign up to that partner program. There's an affiliate and revenue program in a nutshell. So you get your partner code, people go to our website, they buy the game, and then depending on how many games or how many sales you manage to do, you also get a payout, a monthly one. We have different tiers now because it just became a bit too complicated to put everyone on the same level. So we have red, that's you just really new, bronze, silver, and gold. And depending on that level, you have a different payout. You have gold partners have even earlier access than bronze partners. We want to minimize the risk of a leak. Sometimes it happens. But the amazing thing actually is, I have to say, is I think we had 2 or 3 times where the embargo got broken, and all 3 of them were unintentional, I think, where some people just messed up the time zone, like a Brazilian guy posts something a different time or so. So that was, we could solve it, let's say like that. So they can actually behave quite well, I would say. what we usually do is we have yearly talks with the gold partners. It's a bit time consuming, but it also helps quite a lot just to listen to them. Just like with, say, talking to your employees too. But with these partners, you get like their feedback. They have lots of followers who also post in their chats. They can filter that. We can ask them what they want next. We can improve the partner program, and some good ideas actually came out of it. We have some opportunities where we can work together, like event and travel compensation. So we offer them to invite them to events, and then they get something compensated from that. And also like brand cooperation opportunities. So some of our licensed partners, they are also very interested in our community to reach like farming interested players. And then we're like, hey, if let's say brand X wants to do something and tap into our community, we can recommend this gold partner, and then they can do something with them together. And that also helps them quite a lot. But like I mentioned, there are also more players out there that we want to reach and also can reach. The gamers and the casual players. These are like that's the ones where we can, get a lot of sales from, but it's the tricky thing to reach because we need to talk to them differently. The stats of the tractors don't matter that much to them. Also, like the actual realism is sometimes just way too much. So we decided that we need to do a different approach. We need more creative trailers that trigger the emotions a bit more. The trailers, like before, they were mostly focused on, hey, this new brand is coming to the game, or oh, look, we got horses now. Or this plow is really massive. That works well for farmers. The trailer where we revealed that John Deere is coming to the game was massive. I was at E3 back then, and we got up at 4 a.m. in the morning just to watch the live reactions of some YouTubers to that trailer, and it was just unbelievable. But that was like the last big brand we could add to the game. Now we have them all. So we need something new. And we went the approach with more emotion. And the Farming Simulator 22 trailer, that was actually the one where we worked really long and hard on it. And I got a bit inspired by the FIFA trailer. I don't know which one it was. I think it was FIFA 15 E3 gameplay trailer, I think. It was the one that started you see the stadium, and then this movie voice is like, football is the greatest drama on earth. And it kind of explained why football fans go to the stadium every weekend, even if the team is at the bottom of the league. It's like they suffer, but they still go there. And that's, again, it's the passion. And that's what we did in the trailer too. If you look at the trailer again, it's like you're a farmer. You have bad days, but you still get up every morning, earlier than others. And it's because it drives you. And I think that trailer worked really well. And there's a bit more on there, but I think I actually need to speed up a bit. We also highlighting the multiplayer aspect. A lot of people, especially gamers and casual gamers, they didn't know that you can play that game in multiplayer. So we needed to focus a bit more on that in our communication. We did more cross promotions. We started the Farming Simulator Academy. It's a new part of our website where we explain more, with more detailed tutorials how to actually play the game, because it can be overwhelming for people who don't know much about farming. So we need to dive in there a bit more. And we also joined new social media platforms, naming the one like TikTok, where I would say a lot of farmers weren't on there, but it grew so fast. And it's crazy how much weird content about farming is on TikTok sometimes. Just sped up, really fast tractor music, 3 million views. And like, what's going on here? But it was worth jumping on that. And now we actually have our new social media guy. He's young, energetic. He's jumping into a Rosie mascot costume and dancing to popular K-pop songs. He's getting more views than our game trailers do, so works well. Kids and parents is another group that works well for us. I wouldn't really promote marketing to kids now, but the good thing about that is like we can also target the parents, because our game is. I hear a lot of stories where parents say they bought 2 copies of the game, one for the father and one for the kid, so they can play together. And the other thing is like it's safe. You can give it to your kid. There's no shooting. You don't fight against each other. You play together. And side effect again is the game has been around since 2008, and there are stories of people who were 10 years old when the game came out, and now they are grown up. They still play the game, so they grow with us basically. And there are also a lot of people asking us, teachers, that they want to show the game in school, like use it for educational purposes. We don't have a very detailed system for that, but we support them with licenses, and we also have a program, a tiny bit where we work with Hefate, for example, where they put it in their schools, and we send influencers there to explain the kids how it works, and that's like a start of it, where we try to support that a bit more. And it's even some universities, University of Reading and John Deere together work with us to get an even better mod that does even more simulation. And they've now used it at the agricultural universities. And then we brought them all together. We have our own FarmCon. That was just a few months after I started. Our CEO came to me and said, let's do a FarmCon. And his vision was, like all the other cons, like BlizzCon, Gamescom, and okay, let's go. A year later, in 2016, the first FarmCon started with 250 people in a tent. It was fully packed, total success. We could have gone even higher. And since then, we've done it every year. Even during COVID, we did virtual FarmCons. And in 2024, where we were at Fend, we had over 3,000 players coming to FarmCon to see what's new, meet the famous influencers. We show them usually what's new coming in autumn, and we also work with brand partners so that they can drive an actual real tractor, that they can check out the new plow. This year we're going to be at Volvo, which is not a typical agricultural manufacturer, but they're also in the game. So this time, if you want to join, it's in Konz in Germany, and you can drive a real digger, excavator. It's going to be good fun. And I think I skip over some of the cool stuff here because time is always over, but we also have some farming hardware that we developed together with the hardware manufacturers. It's more fun to actually have a steering wheel, a side panel. There's lots of buttons on the tractor. There are always ways where we can work with them to make the experience even a bit more cooler than just with the joypad, for example. And as you can see in the picture, there's also the manufacturers themselves. They work with us that we create simulators for them. So that one there, the big one, that's the Acco Idea that I mentioned, the black one, the black combine harvester. We created a simulator at the same time. When it came out, you could test drive that combine harvester with Farming Simulator with an actual cabin where all the buttons did what they did in real life. So it was their training tool. And I mentioned precision farming already. That's way too complicated for me and say casual players, but you can take soil samples, you need to figure out how much you need to put in the ground. But that's used at actually universities to teach more about economic and sustainable farming. Yeah, and the results, everything comes together. I think I need to finish. Yeah, all right.
One final sentence, quickly.
One final sentence.
Yeah.
Well, stay true to your audience. I would say know who's playing the game, and respect them. I think that's probably the biggest thing that we learned here.
Yeah. Thank you so very much. Give a round of applause to Martin.
Yeah.
And again, if you have questions for him, you can meet him in the foyer, because unfortunately we don't have time for questions now, because we are going to go into our next session, or prepare for our next session, with Steve Curran. If you were here yesterday, you know that he killed the games industry 100 different ways, and today he's going to solve it. And right after that, we will be back with the Nordic Game Awards for 2026. So see you here in 10 minutes' time.
Recline modes to choose from, one for every part of your day. This one, that's your recovery mode. Turn on Omni Switch. Take a moment to relax and reset.
Underground electric. 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 Underground electric.
So, you made an extraordinary game, but nobody found it. Fixing this means rebuilding discovery from the foundation and up. We're already collecting and structuring all data and descriptions of your games. You can make them even better and richer, and then own it all. Our private AI agents use this refined data to help players find games they love across the industry, from AAA top 10 to indie heroes to Surprise Me. We give control back to creators and bring adventure back for fans. We are Source of Truth. We are live.
Wow, look at this good-looking crowd. Hello. Hi, everyone. Yesterday, we killed the games industry, and today, we are going to save it. How many of you were here yesterday? Nice. So you guys need no introduction to Steve, right? No? Okay. But I think since he has such much fun, and you guys have fun, and you came in your numbers, let's get the energy up in the room. I say player, you say? I say player, you say. Let's save the games industry together. Please welcome Steve, Karen.
Hey guys, hello. I always love seeing so many people sat on this side of the room because you know you can fuck off. You're just like, okay, if this goes badly, I'm out and no one will notice it. The people on this side of my room, the room, are my favourite. We have very little time, which is really annoying because I just like going on and on. Who was here for Killing the Games Industry? Right, and you came back after an hour and 40 minutes. I've been told I've got less time than I did when I started that sentence, so we should get on with it. Right, I have no Kindle today. I have no script. I'm going to wing it a bit. I am going to need some volunteers. I did ask for people to sit in row 1. Did anyone actually do that? Because this is row 1. I mean, is that technically row 1? Okay, row 2. This is cautious row 1. Do we have anyone else? Because I'm going to ideally need like 4 or 5 people. If we do, just come and sit here or get ready when I tell you. You don't have to. That's good. You are going to be the dissenting voices today as we save the games industry. So, welcome, everybody. This is the most important talk you will ever attend. You'll have attended some very useful and brilliant and... don't take a photo of that slide. It's not a contract. You'll have attended some amazing talks over the last few days. I've had a brilliant time, but it is not understating it to say this is the most important talk you will attend in your life because we are going to save the games industry today. I'm very, very excited to do that with you. Part 0, the intro, an intro to who I am. One of the things I was going on about the other day, by which I mean 2 days ago is when I arrived at the conference, the first voice I heard was someone go, "Hey, it's Mr. Marioki!" And I was like, fuck off. I do loads of things. I'm actually a game designer. That is primarily my job. I make games. Last year I released a game called Mindset Go. Please download it. It's at mindset.game. It's on Android and iOS. But I also do other things. I made a puzzle game called Blockwords for myself. Luge is at my website, stevecurran.com/Luge 2026. Don't know what I'm going to do with it. Chime is a game I made. Skyspace is Blue Sky MySpace. I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I did that. Also a broadcaster. I do One Life Left. It's the world's longest running video game radio show. Thank you all so much for listening. It is not the best video game radio show. It's not very good. But it is the longest running, which you can't take away from me until I stop, so that's good. I also do Marioki. Marioki is on tonight. Who is coming to Marioki tonight? That is another cautious woo, which I like. Marioki's pop songs about video games. I'm also a speaker. And the first time I spoke properly, the first time I did a weird and long-winded talk that ran over, was at Nordic Game many, many, many years ago. Since then, I have done 10 major monologues and some minor things at Nordic. including Killing the Games Industry, which we did yesterday. Killing the Games Industry is a countdown from 100 to 1 of things that kill the games industry. And it goes on for about an hour and 40 minutes. This one goes on for another 40 minutes, so we're already half of the time we took yesterday. And it's called Saving the Games Industry. Did anyone attend Saving the Games Industry last year? A few of you. Okay, well, it's okay because I'm going to explain what we did. I'm pleased to announce, successfully saved the games industry last year. But it does involve some very, very, very important rules, things that you are going to have to follow a lot of audience participation, which comes with a heavy caveat, which we'll explain in a second. Okay, so here's an overview. I am going to present a series of games industry saving proposals. All of those have been submitted by you. Last week, I put out a call for proposals to save the video game industry. These are things that you seriously think that we could implement over the next year, and they will save us, right? Which means we can go through all of this again next year. So I'm going to present those. I'm going to argue for those. You, as the audience, are going to interrogate them, because this would not be, it would not be useful if it was just me standing up here going, all right, well, these 15 people have suggested these 15 proposals, and so let's do them and see what happens. I don't know everything. I need you to challenge me. I need you to ask the right questions, and then we'll have a vote. And when we have a vote, we will pass those, we will either pass the proposal or we'll fail it. And if it passes, it will become law. This, for any Americans in the audience, is called democracy. They will become law for the next year, and next year we're going to revisit, redraft, and keep working until we have collectively saved the games industry. Does that make sense? Yeah. Does anyone have any questions? Good. The dissenting voice, these are going to be our friends in the front row. So what I'm going to do is get you all to submit your polite questions online, and a volunteer will come up and read from those suggestions, read them aloud, and I will answer them. That volunteer is the dissenter. Now, the dissenter can only do 3 things, right? If they do something else, you call them out, because I can't, because I'm arguing against them. They can only do 3 things. They can select and read one of your questions. They can say, if they think I am avoiding the question, which I'm not going to do, they can say in all caps, answer the question, please. Or they can say no more questions when they're done, or there are no more questions. Or I say, shit, we're running out of time, please say no more questions. So, you're all with me, you get it? Cool. We're going to do a test first. Now, this is the caveat. Last year, we used a professional piece of software called Slido. Is anyone familiar with Slido? A few of you. Is anyone familiar with paying a ludicrous amount of money to make Slido work? Slido was a bit fiddly last year. I had to keep alt-tabbing out of my presentation and alt-tabbing. It was a bit annoying, and it was also annoying to pay $60 to do it. So I thought, you know what, I'll make my own version. And I don't know if it works, and we're going to find that out right now. So, do you have any questions? What I want you to do is take a picture of that QR code, and on your phone it should open a URL. That URL is steecurran.com/ what is it called? Poll People, I think? Poll People. Poll People is my, look at this, it's working. And so you can write questions, and those questions will appear on screen like this. You will note there is a hide Poll People button up there, because I know what you're fucking like. How does the dead gaming industry smell? Thank you, Clever Planet, for that. So all of those people, all of those questions are going to be moderated by our row 1 moderators, and they're going to ask me the polite things. And then, after that, we're going to have a vote. And theoretically, you can see we've got a poll, and it's counting down 20 seconds, and it's working. Like, this is genuinely the first time this has ever been tested with more than 1 person. And look at this. Holy shit. 48 people, 49. Does it allow you to vote twice? It shouldn't. I love you so much, XOXO. 58 people voted for that. Now, you would think that that would make me feel good, but I am now wondering what's wrong with all the people who didn't vote for that. Yesterday, after Killing the Games Industry finished, I got a third of a standing ovation. And I was like, that's probably worse than no standing ovation at all. Because that's a third of the room standing up and 2/3 of the people going, nah, fuck that guy. You know, I'll applaud, but I'm not standing up, only when I have to leave. All right, are you with me? Shall we get on with this? We've got 35 minutes left, and we've got, I think, how many proposals? At least 10 to get through. All right, part 3, the democracy, in air quotes, begins. Proposal number 1, die in die. It sort of works. I'm going to give you a brief potted history of video games for those of you who are not familiar with the video game industry. So back in time in the video games industry, there was only one video game. It was Pac-Man. That was it. Sort of around the 80s. There was only one game, and so everyone knew what to play. They would play Pac-Man, and then people got excited by Pac-Man, so they built other video games, and they built Mario. And that's basically a short form of what happened in the video game industry. Built Mario, and people played Mario, and there were a couple of other games as well. If you wanted to talk to someone about video games, you'd be like, do you like Mario, or do you like the other one? And that was basically it. And that was fine. We were fine for a while. But then regrettably, in the early 2000s, someone invented indie games. And there was only one of those as well. There was just Braid. And that was it. And it was like, do you like Pac-Man or Mario or Braid, the indie one? And you're like, well, you know, I don't really like feelings. So I like Pac-Man or whatever. But regrettably, things got out of control. And now there are loads of games. Loads of them. And most of them are indie games. So, proposal 1 is this. Ban indie games. Just ban them, right? No more indie games. I will take you through that bullet point by bullet point. Okay, so the law officially, games made by fewer than 100 people should be illegal to produce, purchase, or possess. Would that affect anyone in the audience? No, none of you. Good. Okay, this will be an easy vote. Indie-focused resources, they're banned too. No more itch, no more like little cutesy pixel art sprite tools. None of that shit. We're not doing that anymore. Game jams, absolutely out of here. Gone. A little bit of applause. Someone's been hurt. Try to make a game based on your feelings, straight to jail. So, benefits. Fewer games, obviously, which benefit for all of us. There are too many video games right now. There'll be more jobs, right? And the reason is there'll be the same number of video game jobs in theory, but we all need this beautiful layer of pointless middle management to handle between all of the jobs and the senior management. That'll create more work for the video game industry. Glorious, flawless. I like this one as a developer myself. You know, you make a game and you know you're going to put it out there and some people will play it, but not enough. But maybe there's a chance, maybe this will be the one. No more. It's gone. You don't have that. The end of hope. Immediate death of AAA. It's gone. No more indie, no more AAA, and no more cozy games. So, what I'm going to ask you to do is start to submit your questions as I bring up my first volunteer onto the stage right now, please. Do we have a volunteer? Who wants to come up? Do you want to come up? Do you want to join us? You're straight up like this or around this side? Okay, you should be asking your questions. Now, you'll note that the questions aren't coming up on the screen, and that is because I fucking know you. So when it came to this, I hid them, but I haven't hidden them on my phone. So I'm going to hand you my phone, and you're going to read them from there. If I get any sexy text messages, just keep it quiet. Or send a reply. I don't mind. See what happens. Right. So the questioning begins now. Can you find questions?
Does Ubisoft Skull and Bones count as AAA?
Does Ubisoft Skull and Bones count as AAA? No, it's by Ubisoft. So absolutely not. That's AAA. That survives.
Okay. Why not do the opposite and ban teams over 3 people?
Ban teams over 3 people, because that won't help us. We'll have hundreds and thousands of games. This is to slim down the number of games and also get rid of games with feelings. Small teams can't be trusted.
Speaking of games with feelings then, will this also kill AAA games about feelings?
Will it kill... What? There are no AAA games about feelings. AAA developers don't have feelings. Come on.
Okay. Can we have AAA cozy games?
Absolutely not. That's the whole point of this.
Let's see. What about your games?
What about Euro games?
Your games.
Oh, my games?
Yeah.
I'm going to find another job. One more question, or is that it?
Let's see.
This is why I hit the questions.
Let's see. What happens to the existing indie games?
They are deleted, they are gone forever, and everyone will be glad.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
I think we'll do that. Okay, that's the end of the questions. Applause for our volunteer. All right, it's time to vote. You're going to have 20 seconds, and I'm going to hope the technology holds. Here we go. All right, come on. Well, okay, there's still time for this to switch around. 7 seconds. You can change your vote. It lets you change your vote. And I'm not saying you should, but in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we have a result. Unfortunately, I regret to tell you, we will not be banning indie games. Wait, how come that didn't get a round of applause? Because the majority of you voted for it. What's going on? Okay, all right. Okay, you ready for proposal 2? ICU C-suite. It is impossible to know the future, right? None of us do. None of us have a crystal ball. I think there are 2 ways you can determine decisions for the future of your company. You can do the science. You can work out logically what the best move is from here. Or you can roll the dice. And I think that is kind of valid as well. I don't really mean literally rolling the dice, but I mean thinking and going off instinct, because sometimes logic points one way and actually your heart points the other, and it's better to follow your heart, as long as you can justify it in a human way. Now, regrettably, in 2026, it turns out there is a 3rd way you can determine the future of your company, and that is to ask AI. So, proposal number 2, senior management authored AI prompts should be made public. There's laughter, but some of it is cautious. Every time a member of a game developer's senior management team uses an LLM, the prompt should be posted for every employee to see. CEO authored prompts should be emailed to the whole company. When a prompt is sent, it should make a loud honk on a specially installed speaker outside the CEO's office, piped around the building. Benefits to that. Guidance from LLMs will still be available. We are not banning that, but we're making sure people think twice before they use it. It pushes back against the more and more popular belief that you can just ask ChatGPT and it will give you the right answer, and that is better than researching it yourself or going off your own instinct. And also, it's definitely funny. Next volunteer on stage, please, while we go for the questions for proposal 2. Okay, there we go. We should see them coming up soon. There's your mic.
Test. All right.
Oh, we should. Oh, thank you, Merry Planet.
What if it's self-hosted AI?
Self-hosted AI. Honestly, the principle still holds, because local LLMs are still just as robotic, not as human. So it's still the reason we're banning this is there are plenty of concerns around AI, right? Millions, like environmental concerns, the concerns that all your money are going to the worst people in the whole world. Eliminating that by using local LLMs may help, but it doesn't help the basic problem here that it is not you answering the question, and therefore you are not to blame.
Okay. How about, can we include middle management?
Middle management. Can we extend it down? That's a very good question. I would be open to that as well, but I think first we have to do a test with the least important people in the company.
Okay, makes sense. Does it show the response or only the prompts?
It shows everything. It's a full script, absolutely. Although the prompts are the funny bit, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Can we ask what ChatGPT thinks about this?
You absolutely can, but it will not help with this democratic process.
Fair. Why do we limit this to the C-suite?
Same answer as earlier. I don't know. It should be for everyone, potentially. But again, you test with a small group of idiots first.
Even questions about their personal lives?
Absolutely questions about, especially questions about their personal lives.
Are Google searches included now that it uses AI to give search results?
Yep, anything that goes through Gemini, absolutely.
Okay.
Any more questions?
A few more, but...
Okay, because we've got 25 minutes, so we've got to get on with this. One more question.
Right. One more.
35 minutes.
There will be too much honking. How will our ears survive?
You get earplugs. It's fine. It's worth it for this. All right, thank you to our volunteer. Oh, thank you. Okay, you ready for your vote? In 3, 2... I think you might have less time this time. I think it might be 15 seconds. Hello? Oh, there we go. Thank goodness. You've got 13 seconds. Go, 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 go. Let's see what happens. My goodness. 4, 3, 2, 1. I am pleased to say the motion to publicize C-suite prompts has passed and will become law for the next year. All right, we've got a lot of work to do. I need a place to put down the mic more reliably, I think. There we go. That's going to work. Okay. Next one. Proposal number 3. Touch grass. And you may be thinking that is a clever title and it won't mean touching grass. Well, bad. Good. Bad. Good. Proposal number 3, all games must be developed while sitting on grass. Let me explain how that's going to work. All employees of video game companies must perform their work while sitting on grass. I don't know why that's come up now. I'm slightly worried. Propose if a computer is not on grass, it will shut down. And I can't read that. Only I can. If you are not on grass and seen developing a video game, you will be sent straight to grass. There we go. Okay. And if you do it again, you'll be sent to jail where there is no grass, and so you can't make a video game. Benefits of that. More time touching grass, which is good. Different tone, different rhythm, different motivations. I truly believe the things we make are made by the environment in which we produce them. And so video games are cold, and they are grey, and they are angular, and they are boxy because we make them indoors. We sit outside in a beautiful field. Who knows what we make? And it might be a fucking cozy game. No more bedroom coding, because your bedroom does not have grass in it, as far as I know. Balanced development, because you can't wear out the grass, right? So if your boss tells you you've got to get back to work, you're like, I'm afraid my computer literally won't let me because it's just mud at the moment. We've got to wait a couple of weeks. It feels mentally healthy. Right, questions on proposal number 3. Is that working? Oh yeah, thank goodness. Now you may ask, oh, we need another volunteer. Who's our next volunteer? Please, come and join us. Okay. Waiting for questions. There you go. Take my phone. Yeah, and also take the mic. Thank you for remembering that. There you go. All right, questions on touching grass. I'm ready.
Even during winter?
Even what? During winter? Yeah, absolutely during winter. I mean, there's nothing to stop you growing grass indoors, right? You can do that if you want. Or you don't have to. Make it seasonal game development.
What about synthetic grass?
Synthetic grass is not grass, so no. Don't look for sympathy from them.
Can we move a grass patch into the office?
Yes, you can, as long as you're not killing it. You've got to bring it in, you've got to look after it. And maybe that will teach you something.
What if we touch too much grass?
I like that question is born from fear from one of you. I've wanted to go outside, but I'm just worried I might touch too much. It's fine. It's fine. You might be really creative, I don't know.
How often do you wet the grass?
Me personally, I live in London, I don't have to. Behave. Is that it?
AI grass.
Pardon?
AI grass.
Absolutely not. This is all about real grass.
And the last one, I guess.
Okay, last one.
What is grass?
Ladies and gentlemen, game developers. All right, thank you very much. Okay. Can it be moss instead? Absolutely can. I don't want to see your other questions, you filthy animals. All right, here's your vote. I think you may have 10 seconds, so get on with it. Oh, you are kidding me. Really? Okay, maybe I can reset that if you just give me a second. Reset active poll. The active slide is not a poll. Okay. 1 second. Reset active poll. Has that worked? Has that done anything? Okay, I'll try one more thing, and then we might have to try a show of hands. Okay. There we go. You have 8 seconds, something. It's not accepting votes. Okay, we're going to have to do a show of hands if this doesn't work. One more time. Democracy died in Malmö. Do you think this is because I hid the questions from you and the thing's going, fuck you? Okay. All right, 1 second. We're going to give it 5 seconds because I've reset the thing on my phone. 5, 4, 3. So stop asking questions. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, I can't see it. Oh, there we go. It's working. Oh, good. And then we have 86 people who voted in favour. So the motion that all game development is going to be based outside or inside with grass from now on passes. Okay, we have a couple more to do. Proposal 4, expiry requiry, my favourite name of the bunch. All games expire 2 years after their release dates. That's it. You publish your game and 2 years later it is gone. Not gone forever, let me explain. Games expire 2 years or less if you want from their release date. The 2-year time does not reset on subsequent incremental releases. You can't put out DLC or a new version or a Switch port and say, oh yeah, but it hasn't been out for 2 years. I know how your mind works. From the moment they expire, they cannot be purchased anymore, but they don't go away. They are playable in licensed gaming museums across the world. Imagine your work in a museum. Benefits of that, players will have to stop playing old games and move on, right? Which is our biggest problem right now. Players don't understand that we don't want them to play the thing we made forever. Please buy something new. Best of all, you will be able to move on. It's over. It's been more than 2 years. You can't do anything. There's no point making that patch. No one in the museum's going to play it either. People will value their time. I'm kind of serious about this. Like, people will value their time with the work. You will know that this has a finite length of time for you to play it in. In 2 years' time, it will be gone, and you won't keep putting it off forever and thinking, yeah, well, I'll play it tomorrow, but, you know, I want to go back on Overwatch now. Gaming museums are now a thing, which I think is good, and best of all, no more Steam pile of shame, because it just auto-deletes at the back end, right? You buy that thing, and if you don't play it in 2 years, it is gone. That's it. All right. Questions on proposal number 4. I need another volunteer. Does anyone want to volunteer? Or shall we loop round to our volunteers again? You want to come and join us again? Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. No. Yeah, okay, we're going to have a volunteer. We have questions coming up right now. And I have to go back away from my admin panel. Here we go. There we go.
Thank you very much.
Right. I'm ready.
Oh. I've been shouting too much.
It's not my problem.
All right. What about Stop Killing Games? Won't they come after you legally or something?
I am not frightened of Stop Killing Games. I am not frightened. Also, if we pass this, the law is on my side. Start killing games, I say.
Do we have to pay to play in these museums?
No, museums are absolutely free. As museums should be.
What are these? Can you re-release games with enough changes? I think they're thinking about,
What's wrong
like,
with you? Like, we haven't even passed the law and you're already like, how can I get around it? No, you can't. Think of a new fucking idea. Come on.
Why not just 1 month, they say?
Why not just 1 month? I like it. Why not 1 week? Let's see, we have to start with a time limit, right? We have to start somewhere, and 2 years feels fair at the moment, but yeah, we can escalate.
Won't people just stop buying the games if they can get them for free at the museum 2 years later?
Have you ever tried playing a game at a museum? Have you ever been to one of those gaming exhibitions and gone, yeah, this is a pleasant experience, I want to do this. I want to do this again. Scroll, scroll, scroll.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to close because I've got 2 more to do.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
All right.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much to our volunteer.
Yeah, I'll put it,
yeah, you put that there. All right. Here's your vote. You've got 10 seconds. Or is this not working again? Is this broken again? Oh, fuck's sake. I'm not going to reset it. What I'm going to do is have a show of hands for 2-year expiry. All those in favour of a 2-year expiry on games, raise your hands now. That's quite a lot of you. You really hate your jobs. All those against, raise your hands. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. All those in favour, make some noise. All those against, make some noise. Okay. It is. Wait. All those in favour. All those against. I'm going to say it's not conclusive and we're going to, unfortunately, not pass 2-year expiry, and also we've got to get on with this. It can go to the chamber, it can return next year. Okay. Proposal number 5, service industry, very, very simple on this. I do not envy that woman, but I know that going through that job makes her a better person. And it would make all of you a better person as well. Every games industry employee must spend a minimum of 6 months working in the food service industry. Has anyone done that? Yeah. Did it make you a better person? But did it make you glad to be working in the games industry? It's always a benefit. Every games industry employee must do exactly that. This must include at least 3 months in a front of house customer-facing position. The benefits, social skills, right? And I don't mean that as a crack at those of you who are going like, what is grass? I mean that as in it teaches you to deal with all kinds of people in stressful situations, which happens a lot in game development. You understand who your players are, who they actually are. You have to look them in the eye and serve them a cup of coffee, and how terrible they can be face to face, and how fortunate you are to not have to deal with that. It also prepares you for a job that cannot be done by AI, which may be useful. Questions on proposal number 5? Do you want to join me? This is our penultimate thing, and then we're going to go into speed democracy. All right. There we go.
First question. Does this mean I get a job?
I'm pretty sure that's open to you. Yes, I'm sure it will, although you'll have to pass an interview process. Sorry, go on.
Does this apply to the C-suite as well?
Absolutely, especially applies to the C-suite. It applies to everyone. If you have not done that, then you are losing your job until you have.
Can I become the CEO of a restaurant?
What a thing to aspire to after you've heard everyone's reactions to C-suite today. Yeah, you can if you fast promotion in 6 months. Maybe you find your new calling, I don't know.
Yeah, some people are excited. Someone asks, when do we start?
The idea of having a job is really thrilling, isn't it?
Not as friendly, but do we get to punch the customers?
Punch the customers? Absolutely not. you would be fired from the job, and then the 6 months starts again.
Okay. Do we get lunch comped?
Lunch what?
Lunch compensation, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Free lunch, and again, compelling.
Must we touch grass while surfing?
It depends where you live, right? Like if you can avoid it on the way there, you don't have to, but I would strongly advise it.
Okay, let's see. Long questions. Come on, guys.
Gonna close it in
Can I
3.
make a game about being in the service industry instead?
You can, but only once you have done your service. All right, that will conclude the questions here. Thank you very much one more time. All right, we're going to go to the vote, assuming it works. Nope, it doesn't work. So we're going to do a hand vote again, rather than mess around with that. Can all of those of you who are in favour of mandating service industry work raise your hands? That's a lot of you. And all of those of you who are against, raise your hands. That one passes easily. Okay. This will be law for the next year. Those of you who haven't worked in the service industry, commiserations on your loss of job. Okay, this is the final major one. Proposal number 6, again, beautifully submitted by one of you, Pyramid Dream. When I think about the games industry, I think about it as a structure that is not safe at the moment. It is, I think I said yesterday in Killing the Games Industry, it is crumbling. I refer to it as crumbling, as falling down. It is leaning at best. What we really want is a sturdy structure, something like a pyramid. And with that in mind, here is proposal number 6. Everyone has to make games. Okay, the vote is not going to work again. I don't know why, but I don't care. Overview. We turn everyone into a game dev and mandate it as their future career. Now that they are interested in games, everyone's interested in games, they're going to buy games, and then we can afford to employ them to make more games, which they will then buy, right? Trust me, I took a business course once. Ladies and gentlemen, this proposal is turn the video game industry into a pyramid scheme. Benefits, more games, more money, can't see any problems with it, honestly. Any questions on proposal number 6? I need one person to volunteer. Yeah, come on. And we're going to ask, can I be on top? Absolutely not with that attitude. All right. Very, very quickly, because we have 8 minutes. And I don't think I've ever finished on time, ever.
Can I be at the bottom?
With that kind of attitude, yes.
Yeah! How do you employ all of them in the service industry?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we're getting to compound effects.
Oh, shit.
Should have thought about that.
We're all going to have to eat more, which sounds good.
What if I don't want to make games? Why are you here?
Unfortunately, it's going to be a law, and you have to. No way out.
Do we get paid?
What, to make games? Yeah. Absolutely, because how else are you going to buy the games?
Will you join my game company?
Depends what you're making. Maybe, is it a cozy game? I don't know.
It's not going to be an indie game. We've established that much.
Very true, very true. No, we didn't ban them.
Right.
That's not passed. It could be an indie game.
Is the pyramid made out of grass?
It's going to have to be, isn't it? Thinking about it.
Yeah.
All right, last question.
Oh, God. The pressure now. Can we still make sequels?
Can we still make sequels? I don't think that has anything to do with this.
I panicked, man.
No, thank you very much. All right, thank you to our volunteer. All right, final votes. Final votes. Here we go. Pyramid Dream, which isn't working. I think I know why. I'm just going to try refreshing this. Excuse me for a second. See if this works. And then hit slideshow. There we go. That won't work, but the next one might. Right. All of those of you in favour of games industry-wide pyramid scheme where we make everyone part of the games industry, raise your hands. That was a sad woo. All of those of you against, we're not doing a pyramid scheme, so the motion fails. The motion fails, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, this really is... This really is fucked up. I wonder if we can do it like this. Like maybe. Part 4, speed democracy. I'm going to just try and see if I can reset that and see if this works, doing it like this. Reset all polls. Right, speed democracy. So we're going to do some very, very quick ones now. Ban keyboards, go. Oh, this is working now. Okay, quickly. I want to ban keyboards because what a shitty way of interacting with any device. It's a typewriter. Ban keyboards. So we are banning keyboards for the next year. All right, next one. Developers should make systems, not games. Rather than making one game, why don't you make a system and then build loads of games on top of that? Okay, you're not passing that one. Right, so that has failed. Next one. Marketing should be renamed player getting. Absolutely agree. Like, I thought this was brilliant, whoever suggested this. Like, and so do all of you. That has passed. Hire more juniors, because where else are the seniors going to come from? It is increasingly hard to get work as a junior because everyone's replacing juniors with AIs. But guess what? That's not going to serve you in the long run. And surprise, surprise, you have voted yes. All games should have gypsy jazz soundtracks. Very specific, but sounds quite cool to me. Again, I talked earlier about atmosphere being defined by... You're going for yes! There we go. And the final question, which you saw a glimpse of earlier, let Mario say fuck. Surprise, surprise, Nordic Game. 100 odd of you thinking, yeah, it's time for Nintendo to grow up. That concludes Saving the Games Industry with 3 minutes to go. Thank you all so much for listening to me today. And
Heck yeah!
hold on. Oh, that's enough. Wait. I've got to thank people first. Look, I've got 3 minutes.
I know,
Don't take it away from me.
2 minutes, go. Go.
What I was going to say is, please, a round of applause for our wonderful host.
Thank you. He just wants more time. Thank you.
All of my volunteers today have been amazing. They didn't know what they were going to get into, and they were incredible. The session wouldn't work without them. Listen, the tech team have been on it since the start. Yes. They saved my session yesterday, and I could not do that without them. Like, they're absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
And I have absolutely loved, once again, being at Nordic Game. I will sing with you and see you all at Karaoke tonight, I hope. Thank you all again so much for being so patient with me yesterday and patient with my tech today, patient with me. I've had a wonderful time. Thank you.
Yes, stick around, everyone. Thank you. It's not over yet. Things are going to stay as exciting in this room because the Nordic Game Awards are starting in about 30 minutes. But I just want to say it's been an awesome 3 days with you guys. I've gotten to learn so much about the talks, mingled with you, played with some of your games. It's been so exciting and inspiring for me. You guys don't know this, or maybe some of you do, but this has been my first time hosting a gig of this magnitude in Sweden. So I'm going to be un-Swedish and break the rule of Jantelaga and take a moment for me. Thank you. Now, we got to keep the energy in this room. You can grab a drink if you want in a bit, ma'am. In a bit, sit down, thank you. So one more time, for the last time, with the conviction and the love that you have for your mother and your cats and everything else in between. I say player, you say. Play. That's it for Nordic Game 2026. I'm Zachra Isaacs, game saved.
Blah, 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 blah.